Hey kid, don't ever let them get inside your head. They'll tell you what to do in life instead of everything you know that you could get. Don't let them guide your life towards regret. I'll fight for what I love with every breath. My past is filled with things I won't forget. I use them all to push me to my best. So treat the worst of times just like a test. If only I could go back in time, I'd tell myself that everything will end up alright. Just push yourself, test yourself, figure out what you like, and find your limits, don't be rigid, always work towards a prime. Surround yourself with open minds, people can change your life. A few friends with intent can help you feel alive. Find a passion, take some action, and with a little time, just be patient, make a statement, try to enjoy your life. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless. They don't wanna see me care. Anytime I make some progress, I can see that they compare. I think everyone's against me, maybe something in the air. Am I paranoid? I swear a void is forming and they're scared. I walk a straight path, not many can say that. I like to play fast, cross me and there's payback. You better pray that I don't see your face at any place that I go. I know you hate that. I've been doing fine, I'm not wasting any more time. I live for the fight and the climb, and I think that the pain that's deep inside is what defines. So I won't give up, I'm gonna make it to the top. I don't care what's in my way, I swear I'm never gonna stop. I could fall flat on my face and I swear I will get back up, cause I don't deserve a thing and the road ahead is tough. They'll try to kick you while you're down. They wanna rise up while you drown. They wanna fill your head with doubt. They're silently scared that you'll figure it out. I'll make it look like I'm losing, won't bother hiding my bruises. And when they finally think you're wounded, then it's your chance to be ruthless.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Damn right, we will, baby. Today we're going to be talking about patterns. Are you seeing the right ones that work to the benefit of our people and yourself? Featured stories: why white girls want non-white men, pregnant white woman beaten by anti-white non-whites, anti-white non-white attempts to murder white family over basketball, non-white steal car, kill baby, charged with misdemeanor trespassing. Go free lesson of the day. We're going to be covering CCD, confront, challenge, dispel, from the glossary, counter asserting. And the MC we're going to be talking about today, the meme curative, is hush crime. Your comments, calls, and questions. And then there's this. A woman goes to the doctor, worried about her husband's violent temper. He's probably white. The doctor asks, "What's the problem?" The woman says, "Doctor, I don't know what to do. Every day my husband seems to lose his temper for no reason. It scares me." The doctor says, "I've got a cure for that. When it seems that your husband is getting angry, just take a glass of water and start swishing it around in your mouth. Just swish and swish, but don't swallow until he either leaves the room or calms down." 2 weeks later, the woman comes back to the doctor looking fresh and reborn. She says, "Doctor, that was a brilliant idea. Every time my husband started losing it, I swished with water. I swished, and he calmed right down. How does a glass of water do all of that?" The doctor replied, "The water itself does nothing. It's keeping your mouth shut that does the trick." Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Some of the wives might not have liked that joke and the girlfriends, but oh well, suck it up. We are going free. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. The skies are blue. The weather is magnificent. The flowers are out. The dogwoods, the redbuds. It is glorious here in the once great state of Virginia, and it is glorious to be with all of you. Over the course of this gathering, I want you to be asking me questions. I want you to be making comments. That's what this is all about. And I want you to reach out and tag me as No White Guilt. Tag me as No White Guilt, and I will see what you have to say, and then I will respond to it. Or you can head on over to Entropy, which is in the description below, and you can file your question or comment on the tall Kevin widget, also known as the question widget, and it won't disappear there. Only you or I can delete it, so I will see it and respond to it. Please, otherwise, if you would absolutely like your question or comment read over the course of the gathering today, which is going to be so epic, beginning with climbing the mountain in the UTV with Johnny Reb himself, you can financially gift, and you could do so at Cash App at no cost to you or me. You can do so there with cash or with a cryptocurrency. You head down, rappel down into the description below, and you will find Cash App, which is off to my right, your left, and I will be responding to those throughout the gathering today. Most sleepy appreciate it. You may also financially gift in cash at Entropy. The description contains the URL below. Finally, also Odyssey and D Live with their cryptocurrencies. And also on Odyssey, Cash Hard Money. You can financially gift there as well. If you would like to financially gift with a cryptocurrency, otherwise, you can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, click on the financial gift tab, and you will see the wallets I use. And you can click on one of those and financially gift with a cryptocurrency anonymously. And then I will recognize the anonymous gift the subsequent week, which will be next week, ladies and gentlemen. People don't seem to be financially gifting with much cryptocurrency anymore. I don't know what the deal is with that. I guess they're just crying over the loss of value in it. But nonetheless, it is available. At that same place on the website, you can find a snail mail address so that you too can be found in the mailbag, that I retrieve once a week. I go ahead and have a look at it. And unfortunately, there's nothing in the mailbag today, but you might be in the mailbag next time we get together here on a Sunday gathering. It is so glorious and epic to be back here on a Sunday at 5 as the world joins us in going free. It is a beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's beautiful to see all of you. Please let folks know I am shadow banned to all hell. It's gotten worse lately. Especially gotten worse on YouTube and Twitter, the two biggest of the two. It's gotten worse. I wonder what's going on. But I will tell you this. Twitter is not free. Twitter is not free. People who are subbed to me, following me on Twitter, not getting, and we tested it, not getting my tweets. So they are subbed. They're watching in their alerts. Nothing comes up. It's not free. You're going to have to be the algorithm. You're going to have to be the algorithm here on YouTube. You're going to have to be the algorithm on Twitter. You're going to have to reach out otherwise. And if you are lucky enough to be here today, I want you, damn it, to make sure that you follow me somewhere other than on these big platforms where they are censoring the shit out of me and all the work that I do and these wonderful people on Team White Wellbeing. You're going to want to get the alerts elsewhere. You don't have a Gab, you say? Get over it. Get a Gab. You don't have a Telegram, you say? Get over it. Get a Telegram. You can follow me at these different places. You can follow me at Facebook. You get my alerts there. You can follow me on Minds. I give you plenty of options. In fact, I'm going to be telling you in a moment about some other options at which you can follow me that are new to us and the work that we're doing here. You can follow me on those options, and we'll be talking about those in a moment. Today's a big day, and we're going to begin with the biggest of action items of all, and that is, of course, the great Sloths has tweeted out into the world, and I have retweeted it. Follow Sloths on Twitter. Follow me on Twitter. Go over and grab this tweet about imminent rain. Next week is it, folks. Next Sunday, the release of song number 9 and the totality of the album, The Legend of Prometheus, telling the story of my book, Prometheus Rising, in what Eminent Reigns has called Promethean rock. And we'll be playing the final 2 teasers and some more of his music from the album today. And you will have all the instructions that you need to satisfy this urge that has grown in you now to hear this album, to purchase this album, to get into the story of Prometheus Rising, a story that, my friends, absolutely will open your eyes to what's happening to our people, how we are manipulated, and how we can take back our destiny using our strengths and weaknesses to our benefit instead of these god-awful anti-whites using them to our detriment. And everywhere you see in the world, it's happening. So please be ready this coming Sunday, The Legend of Prometheus. It's going to be 5 Eastern Time, or 8 Eastern Time, 5 Pacific Time. And you're going to go over, we're going to be here, you're going to go over to his channel. But if you don't want to go over there, we're going to be playing it live here as well. We're just going to stream it right over from his channel. We'd like to go over to his channel. You can come right back and we'll continue with the stream as it will begin. This live debut will begin at 8 Eastern Time next Sunday. It is up to us to make this big. Please share the URL of the stream we're doing right now, folks. You want to get as many people in here as you possibly can. A second action item is at the top of the description below. You will find there the URL to Elijah Schaefer's Odyssey channel. Elijah Schaefer, just this past week, hid almost all his videos on his YouTube channel. I don't know why. Hopefully it's for a good reason. He hid almost all of them, including the interview he did with yours truly, with Team White Wellbeing. Head on over to his Odyssey channel. Click that link at the top of the description below. Click the like over there. And then later today or whenever, make a comment, a positive comment about Team White Wellbeing going free. Yours truly, Elijah, and the conversation that we had. Let's light up those comments the way we did here on YouTube. Make sure we own those mothers. It's our house, baby. It's our house over there. We'll make Elijah's channel our house for that interview. Make sure it happens. I put the URL for it right at the top of the description. You can't mess it up. Let's get into some very brief swashbuckling announcements, and then we're going to get into the number one item I assume that you all are wanting to talk about, which of course is why white women, or shall we say some white women, want non-white men. Why is it? I guarantee you, unless you're going free, the odds are that you got this right are very slim. I was looking on Twitter and I was seeing what people were writing about it. Everybody wrong. Everybody wrong. And you know why you should know that you're wrong? It's because it's still going on without a clear example of how to push back against it, without a clear argument to push back against it to make it stop. That means you're wrong. Let's jump into these swashbuckling announcements. And we shall say here with the first, Big 07s, some 95s in the chat. Swash for JK160, who's over there making big swash gains with Columbia Bugle, getting them to like things like anti-whiteism and white erasure just the other day. JK160, solo actor in service to white well-being. 007, so your major swash over there. Gains with Columbia Bugle. Also, folks, going to recognize it again. Last Sunday show, which took place on Tuesday, epic 007s, 95, swash flags, 2 no white guilt clips, ladies and gentlemen. No white guilt clips, making clips, posting clips, carrying out what we suggest here in service to white well-being. In the political sphere, in the socio-political sphere, and financially gifting on Tuesday, $800 US. Gigantic swash swinging on this man. Big swash swinging on this man. God bless. No white guilt clips. Nothing but love for him. Big Franklin, ladies and gentlemen. Big Franklin. We want to share out there, out in the real world, sharing the love, wallpapering the state of Virginia. Still out there every week. We're finding Virginia getting white erasure. There you have Stop White Erasure. It's showing up everywhere, folks. The great Franklin, show him some love. 007s. I want swash flags over there. I want some swash swords. I want some swash shields. I want some cast some diamonds, cast some gems at his feet and drop the crown on him. That's Franklin doing it for real. But I thought you'd know that no white guilt community, they don't do anything real world. Oh, really? Whole state of Virginia. Wallpaper, baby. Wallpaper, whole state of Virginia. God bless the great Franklin. Let's also give it up for the one and only, for whom or without whom we would not be doing so much of what we do here is done by the great FourCornersG. So make sure the 007s and 95s go out to this great gentleman, this great champ. Drop the crown on him. Drop the crown if you can find it in your emoji list. Rogus emojis. Drop him some crowns. 007s, 007s, Mr. FourCornersG. I give you a stiff salute, good brother. Hey, what about me? Did you see my switch? Did you see my epic swash? Did you see the swash that I kept? I was shooting swash all day. Epic swash over there with Tree of Logic. If y'all didn't see that, you need to check it out. I'm going to give a personal thank you, and let's everybody thank the great Axis Mundi, who was over there and reignited that conversation of mine with the great Tree of Logic. And he said, hey, you need to be back on each other's shows. You guys got to start talking again. That's how you make it happen, folks. That's how you make that. Ended up being an epic show. We were, what are we, over 2 hours or whatever it was, or 2 hours on that show just yesterday. So many folks are going to be able to see that. I'm going to put a chunk of it up on my channel because she said I could. It was a glorious conversation, and we'll talk more about it, and you'll find out exactly how glorious it was in the regular announcements later in the gathering today. But for now, we're celebrating Tree of Logic and the totally swinging swash that I had over there in the conversation with that good lady. Hey, follow me on Truth Social. Follow me. We're going to be getting right to the story now, folks. But follow me on Truth Social because I'm now over there on Truth Social. The link is in the description below. If you don't have an account over there, it's time to make one. And you can head on over there. You can follow me. And of course, that is Donald Trump's platform. And we want to get out to as many people as we can over there. Hopefully, they're not already shadow banning. Hopefully, they're not already ignoring yours truly. I also have a brand new account on Locals, and I don't know much about it yet. I just made it. I don't know if you're able to follow me there. The URL for it is in the description below as well. And I want to see if you can follow me there. Follow me, damn it. Let me know. If you know about Locals, reach out to me, and you could talk to me, or you could talk to somebody that's a little bit closer to me. Reach out to them and say, I know what Jason needs to know about Locals, how to operate it, how to make it work for him, how to make it work for Team Wide Wellbeing. We're moving the ball down the field, folks. We are moving the ball down the field. It's looking glorious. Epic swash salutes for everybody that's making it happen. A tiny 30-second or so break, and just as a bumper, and we'll get into this. Why white women want non-white men.
Which leads us to another part, anti-whiteism, which is a huge part of this hell. That if you're a male, you're white, you are public enemy number one.
The world is ours, ladies and gentlemen. That was another epic production by the one and only FourCornersG. How's everybody doing today? Are you all doing good? Let me say hello. Let me say hello. I'm having a glorious day. I'm getting back to my full Jason No White Guilt Kuna power after having that terrible stomach flu. I'm back in action. Cool, Papa J. Magic is here. Great to see you, brother. There he is, fit and healthy at any age. Have you considered chunking the info of Go Free into more concise forms like 20 to 10 to 20 minute videos. It might help vagues. Well, no white guilt clips, bro. No white guilt clips. Go find him. He's everywhere. He's on Twitter. He's on YouTube. He is on Gab. He is, I think he's, where else is he on? He's everywhere. And he posts these things everywhere and shorter. He's got them that long. He's got them shorter. He's got them longer. You can share them everywhere. CL is here. Brand Danger is here. Great to see you, good brother. And as I say, cool Papa J Magic, new kid on the blog, rocking it out of the park. Elaine Sabatino, great to see you. And Catherine, both glorious sisters, side by side. Biospirit of the West, celebrating as we should be celebrating. Yes, throwing the lightning from the fingertips, ladies and gentlemen. Sam is with us. St. Andrew, Baron White is here. Western Kind Art. Loving everybody celebrating for those who need to be celebrated. One of these days, you are going to do something for which we will celebrate you. And that's how we do this. Matt is here. Great to see everybody. I hope you all were singing your lungs out. I hope you were singing your lungs out at the beginning of the stream. Foster is here. Franklin is here. And Biospirit says he'd like to call in today. Absolutely. You are first on the list, good brother. And let's see. Shelly is here. Great to see you. Simon is here. Wonderful, wonderful, everybody. Share wide, share fall, country, and bluegrass. Welcome, brother. Great to see you. And St. Andrew and Lacey. Hello, sister. Star Trek. Wonderful to see you and welcome. Why is it, folks? Why is it? Some of you who are going free will know. And we're going to be getting, by the way, we're going to be playing some of Tucker Carlson as we work our way through the news here in this first segment today. So we'll be watching some of Fox News, Tucker Carlson. But first, we're going to bring up here, if we can find it, should be, nope, don't want to start with that. We want to start with this. Is that it? Yep. There we go. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. That's some demented shit right there. Look at that face on that mother. Can y'all hear me okay? That's the face of a flat earther, somebody who doesn't believe we went to the moon, and who emptied Costco of toilet paper the moment we were told about COVID. No food, just toilet paper. And that should show you how dumb she is. If you don't put the fuel in, you don't have anything to wipe. Look at how sick this is. Is there audio? Yeah, there is audio. It reads here on the top, this TikTok video, if you can't see it, end of my white bloodline, because she only likes black guys, so non-white guys. This is the daughter. How old is the daughter, do you think? Can somebody throw some guesses out there for me? How old is the daughter? Look at this mother. She's the kind of crazy that would an ATM machine to try to get more money out of it. That's the kind of crazy you're looking at right there. No shit. This bitch would climb right up on an ATM machine and the hell out of it to get more money out of it. Look at her face. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Look at that face. She is crazy. All right. So 14 or so, folks. Some are saying 15. Sam, 18 or 19. Nah, she's like 12, Montana kid says. Yeah, I'm thinking. God, that mom's face is just haunting me. That's the kind of crazy face that thinks that first aid is how you get HIV. Lacey, hello, sister. She says 16. Promethean Kitchen says 14. I'm going to go with somewhere between 13 and 16. Somewhere between 13 and 16. Clutch is here. Great to see you. Marlene, hello and welcome, sister. Alex is here. Great to see you. All right. So this is a video is being passed around on the internet. This person who tweeted it says, white women think being replaced is funny. Now, this woman, this rarely happens. This rarely happens that someone who is anti-white like this will outright tell you what actually motivates white women. And I figured this out at 11, 12 years of age. And it amazes me that I still face such stern opposition. And we've talked about it here quite a few times. And I know that other people have figured out the reason why as well. Certainly if you're going free. But it's not many. The vast majority get it wrong. Now, why is this question important? Why is it even important? The reason why it's an extremely important question is because white males, young white men, or males, I should say, haven't become men yet. Many of them won't even become men ever in their lives. They have imbibed the meme pathogens about why white females choose non-white males. This is the mother is obviously insane as all hell, but the daughter looks like she could grow up to be pretty. Like she could be an attractive woman. Hopefully she got the father's intelligence. And I'm sure this woman here has divorced the father and then run off with his daughter to brainwash her into being an anti-white. But this is exceptionally important because there are a lot of young white guys out there that have a unbelievably erroneous, specious notion about why white females choose non-white males. It's still a small percentage of the population that does this, that commits this biological white erasure. And I'm even allowing for genuine cases of falling in love with people of different races. The vast majority of the time, it's a different reason. And we've talked about it. So what are some of the reasons why, and this can be a rhetorical question, what are some of the reasons why anti-white, the anti-whites and the anti-white narrative will tell you that white females choose, or why they should choose, non-white males? Well, we see endlessly in the entertainment media that non-white males are superior in every way to white males. That white males are pathetic, they're dumb, they are clumsy, they can't dance, they can't, on and on. Whereas non-white males are always portrayed as being able to do everything well. Able to dance well, able to play sports well, more intelligent in commercials and sitcoms, commercials on both television and radio and in newspapers, everywhere you look. The anti-white narrative presents this picture that non-white males are superior. And in those same environments, the anti-white narrative and anti-whites present white females lusting for, teaching young white women that what they're supposed to do, where they can actually be happy, as is presented in the news and entertainment media, is with non-white males. So it might be, as we point out in the Go Free manual, that it's a toothpaste commercial, but it's this beautiful white woman and she's laughing and she's smiling with perfect hair and teeth and clothing and body with a non-white man. It is so ubiquitous, it's almost trite to talk about it now. The anti-whites, because of their incremental success, they have put this everywhere, and there's no pushback whatsoever from the radical individualistic white population of Western civilization. So white females are learning from a very young age that white male or non-white males are superior in every imaginable way, that white males are inferior in every imaginable way, that being able to date and spend time with, have sex with, get married to, have the children of non-white males is the course to happiness, is the course to the happily ever after. That marrying and dating a white male is the course to hardship, is the course to beatings, is the course to etc. Everything objectionable, to tears. So you have smiles and happiness with non-white males, tears and sadness and beatings with white males. You have the commercials for home security systems that show the white male attempting to break into the home of a single white woman, and she's with her white children, and then the call center is a non-white person that she reaches out to for help when the alarm goes off, and then the police officers are non-white males who come and they show the non-white males taking them off. We have the commercial for, what was it, shaving cream, where the white males are ogling and being disgusting toward a female walking down the street, and then the non-white male has to stop them and say, hey, we have standards here in Western civilization. So white females are learning that the right thing to do, the smart thing to do, the hip thing to do, to be beautiful, to be attractive, have this purse, have that phone, wear this dress, get yourself a non-white man, get yourself a non-white boyfriend. At the same time, they're being told white males are losers and they put you out of step with fashion, etc. It gets worse because white males then perceive that this desire for non-white males is legitimate in white females. I mean, we even had one guy write under the Twitter that I saw very briefly, females are just choosing the winning team, bro. That's what they do. Well, bro, I'm on the winning team, bitch. I'm on the winning team. They're choosing me. They're choosing the guys in the white well-being team, buddy. No more. We're not standing on the sideline watching white women choose other people because that's a winning team. We're done with that. I'm done with that. I'm done with that flaccid interpretation. These women, to compound the issue of it's better here and worse there, is this. They are all deeply white guilted. Look at the face of this mother. She hates the white race with a passion, and she told you so. Right in her verbiage. I don't know how anybody can read "end of my white bloodline" with her smiling and think that this decision to force this onto her daughter and to celebrate it is born out of anything other than hatred for being white. My friends, this is what it is in every case. As I said, I allow for the very rare cases where two people of different races can legitimately fall in love. It's very rare, because find me a white person who doesn't hate some aspect of being white, who is not brainwashed to some degree with anti-whiteism. Find me such a person. You can't. Every white person across the West is brainwashed, is poisoned with this dark magic of anti-whiteism, this absolute dark sorcery of anti-whites. They are poisoned. They are possessed by it as though by devils. And with this hatred about all that is white, with that heritage, that genetic heritage, that cultural heritage that you can't escape, the one thing that they all see as the preeminent moral sacrifice that they can make for humanity is to kill Western kind. That's what they're doing. They are nailing the white race to a crucifix. That's what this violent, disgusting devil is doing. When you look at this thing, I don't want you to see just some ridiculous freak, some ridiculous cur. This is egregious what she is doing. It is execrable. Execrable. It is sinful beyond sin. It is, in fact, it is flagitious what she is doing. She has become what that dark sorcery has made of her. A dark sorceress herself. This is about murdering Western kind. Do not get this wrong ever again. Say it in every conversation. Say it in every blog post. Say it in every tweet, in every gab. It's not they're going for the winning team. It's not just X, Y, or Z. You see so many different excuses for this. It's because she hates Western kind. She says so in her own verbiage. Thank God she did. Because I've had hundreds of these arguments with people about why white females, the vast majority, again, allowing for the rare instances of genuinely falling in love, that the vast majority, why they do this. They throw themselves on their backs. Please help me get rid of some of my white guilt. Please, my legs are wide open. Help me get rid of some of this white guilt. But they can only palliate it because if you can't snap your fingers and not be white anymore, you can't get rid of it. So then they try pushing out non-white babies. That'll teach them. That'll show the world how much I hate being white, how much I hate Western kind, how much I hate Western civilization. I will kill it. These people are murderers. That's what they are. Don't ever forget it. Let me see what you all are saying. This is biological white erasure. Adam is with us. The great Yiz is here. Wonderful to see you, sister. CL says, my son sees this type of stuff on TikTok and hates it. You know, yes, say in response to these people, you know, like make a TikTok and say, these people they hate the white race. How did they get this way? How did they get to the point that they hate the white race so much? And you can take a screenshot of this woman's verbiage so that these idiots can't combat the obvious truth. The clear and definitive obvious truth that motivates these people. Because let me tell you, otherwise they will. Otherwise they'll say, well, she just has a preference for non-white people. How is that possible? White women are not even given a choice of mates. I just mentioned this the other day. They're not giving a choice to choose white. And what do I mean by that? Yeah, you can go out there and date a white guy and marry a white guy. But when I say the white women are not given a choice, they're not given a choice because what they're said about white males is that they're all pathetic. They're all unmanly. They are all unworthy. So they're not given a choice. They have to choose in spite of being told how wretched white males are. You let white women have a choice, and it's going to be a clear choice, my friend. You start telling the white population about how the white man has done all this for the world. You start telling the white population how they can be proud of all that they've done, of all that they have bequeathed to the planet, of all that they've done for women, allowing them to have a voice and a vote, and being something other than equated with sheep and cattle. These women should be on their knees in thanks to white men. You let white men be seen for all that they are and can do, then you give white women a choice. And I dare say it would take a seriously crazy, execrable demon that would choose otherwise. That would say, whatever I do, I don't want to bring forth one of those glorious giants that has made the modern world what it is. That is what a white woman can bring forth. That is the one thing a white woman can do on planet Earth that is better than everything and everyone else, is that she is the only vessel from which the white man can come. You let white women know that, and then they have a choice. But we have to, the reason why I'm so passionate about this is that we have to push back on the cause. If you just sit down in every conversation, biological white erasure is it, folks. This has to be taken extremely seriously. You can't just flippantly or frivolously say, okay, well, I hear what Jason had to say. And then you're going to get in a conversation about this and you're going to be like, well, you know why? Because there isn't a dad in the house. No, God damn it. I want biological white erasure to end. That means you have to push back on the cause. You have to say in these conversations that these white women, these white females, were taught to hate the West. And that's why they're doing this. Do you see any other group of females who have the mother, she's standing there, and in this sort of number, in this sort of presentation, with just this gleefulness, absolutely going to end the black race here, absolutely ending the Jewish people in this household. Daughter's going to marry a black guy. Daughter's going to marry an Asian guy. Do you see that happening for any other group? Gee, I wonder why that is. Is it because in all of those cases there are dads? You can run down the list. We're talking about patterns today, and we're seeing the patterns that matter. The patterns that matter are the ones that benefit us as a people and therefore as individuals. Bain is here. Great to see you. The mother thinks she is being tolerant, liberal, and progressive. All right, brother. I totally get where you're coming from. Never use those words again. For your own good, for my good, for the good of the white children yet to come. You use their verbiage, you legitimize their ideology. Using their terminology, legitimize their ideology. I get you might be just writing it there because you're saying that's what she would say in her head. She is villainy signaling. Who said villainy signaling? That's what this foul, disgusting, execrable, flagitious piece of shit is doing. You should despise her to the ends of hell. This bitch should be sent back to hell from where she came, whence she came. Where's the leathern wings on this bitch? I guarantee you she's got them under that hoodie. I guarantee you this bitch is walking on hooves. This is psycho as all hell. I'm not joking. She looks crazy enough to climb up on an ATM and to get more money out of it. Total demon doing this to this little girl. It's because she's anti-white. It's because she's villainy signaling how anti-white she is. It's because she knows, and these are the things you talk about with our brothers and sisters and strangers out there. She knows what is the moray of our age. The moray of our age is anti-whiteism. Stop pretending it's not. Stop pretending that you can have conversations in their storyline and succeed. For fuck's sake, you can't. Don't you want this to end? Let's put an end to this for all time. Let's no more people talking about not having a father. No more people talking about any of these other things. This is happening because she's been taught to hate the white race, and this is how she murders it. Bain says, and this is better, cultural-based induced self-hatred. Good. Very good. Thank you. Promethean Kitchen says, even my own older sister married a black man. He's a Jamaican guy and has kids with him, and most of him don't look like her. Oh, yeah. Of course not. You can have, and most of us have seen this, where you have a friend that is, or somebody at work or whatever, that is a child of a white person and a non-white person, and that person looks like remarkably white for most children who come from mixed race marriages. And you're like, wow, that's very different that this person, I mean, you can almost not tell. And then they go marry another white person and their children are non-white. I think most of us have seen that happen. It's because of the way recessive genes work. Lacey says here, most things like that commercial show the exact opposite of reality. Oh, yeah, precisely. Yeah, your life is going to be so wonderful. Everything is going to be, then it ends up being just like the website and all those videos we see where they go back in the timeline of these white females where they finally get found with their non-white child and they're single, and then they go back in the timeline and, oh, here's where she had the shit beat out of her and she's got teeth missing, and then here's where she's totally happy with the non-white spouse. Now, that's not going to be the case in every one of these unions, of course. Obviously, there are going to be non-white guys out there who date and or marry white females and are going to treat them good and are going to be a good husband or whatever. That's going to happen. The product of the union is still biological white erasure. And if genociding a people by murdering them once they're 85, if that were bad, and everybody would say that's bad, well, then genociding a race at birth, at inception, is just as bad. Not even allowing them a day of life. That's just as bad. Tocolo, she says, they are lashing out and trying to hurt the guys who drop them and don't want them. Classical, bitter, and twisted single Gen X chick. Yeah, I guarantee you she ran the man off that she was with. I would put money down. There are cases where something different happens, but if you're going to gamble and you're going to put actual money down, everybody knows you'd put the money down on this was one psycho, demonic bitch and ran the man off, and this is what she's doing with the daughter. Sail Away says she's projecting she hates herself. She absolutely does hate herself. What she's saying there is she hates herself and she hates Western kind. And the harshest way that she can inflict injury on Western kind is this. This is the harshest way that she can inflict injury. So she's inflicting injury on your white babies. She's inflicting injury on the white elderly. That's how we need to see this. Great to see you, Sherry. Hello, sister. Arden White is here. Hello, sister. Andrew Kennedy. Hello to you. Andrew says, doesn't think that she's thinking past her own life. Well, she's only thinking, and this is the other thing about anti-whites that everybody needs to appreciate. Stop looking at anti-whites, which is what this woman is, right? Stop looking at them and thinking that they have some sort of, they've ideated exactly how this step and then that step and then this step in the future, and somehow it's going to be nice in the future. Stop doing that. An anti-white wants nothing but to victimize Western kind today. That's what they want. They want to harm Western, and that if they're white, anti-whites, that means themselves too. And there's many ways that white anti-whites harm themselves. But that's all they care about. People will sit around and say, aren't they worried about what this is leading to? Fuck, no, they're not. They're happy if they see whites being victimized. This is genocide. This is absolutely biological white erasure. That's what you should call it. Biological white erasure. And you should talk to your friends, family, and strangers about it this way. You need to say, how did this woman get this way? Why does she hate the white race so much? Why does she throw a party at the end of the white race? You notice, for fuck's sake, I want to tell you all, I'm not kidding around. I have argued with people for years and decades about this shit. And every time they will misrepresent. Every time they will lie. How do you know, Jason, that they just haven't had good experiences with black males in this particular case and bad experiences with white males? I know what every one of their movies and television shows and commercials say, motherfucker. That's what I know. Well, how do you know they just don't have this particular? Well, I know, especially in this case, because she says end of white bloodline. It can't get any more obvious. So why is it that there are people in the white sympathetic sphere? Why are there people in the white sympathetic sphere that would argue with me over what's motivating her? I've been right again all along, haven't I? Right again all along. We've only reached a place where the anti-white incrementalism has gotten so bad that they celebrate this openly. 10 years ago, this kind of thing would have been much rarer. This bitch would have put the verbiage differently. If it had been black males, she would have said, happy my daughter is going to take a superior black man. And then she would say, it's always with white females too. It's when they talk about black males, they're always like black men. And then when we talk about white males, it's white guys. White females, if you're doing that shit out there, smack yourself in the face. You better start saying white men. I mean, you could call the white males out there who aren't acting like men, you call them boys for all I give a shit. But you better stop giving the title man to every single black guy you meet. But that's what she would have said 10 years ago on average. Oh, they're just better. Well, Asian guys just better. Work harder. Hispanic guys, they're just better. They're more sympathetic. Whatever, any endless excuses. Thank God we've gotten to the point that this is more prevalent, where you can find on TikTok and elsewhere. And by the way, just as an aside, what is the fucking deal with all of these conservative content creators out there rallying their bases to support TikTok? Are you all out of your fucking minds? What are you thinking? You're going to embrace the communist Chinese? This idea that if America or the UK or whatever implodes by way of competition with China or Iran, and that's better for you, is the most ass. Your head is not even in your own ass. You've stuck your head up a jackass's ass. That's how fucking dumb you are. Pull TikTok down for all I give a shit. Burn it to the ground. They're like, well, they're already doing that in the US, so TikTok's not the problem. The communist Chinese hate you to hell. They want the United States destroyed. They want the UK destroyed. Open your fucking eyes. Look at what they have you doing on TikTok versus what they have their kids doing on TikTok. Any conservative content creator talking this stuff, stop funding them right away. Start sending your money here and tell them where they can keep their heads. Jim, thank you for saying the mic got hot there. Mestizo Carf is with us. Great to see you. He says, many mixed offspring, not all, but a lot of them have mental health problems. There you have it. Here's a great sentence by Bain. You cannot, by definition, be a good husband if you destroy the image of your wife, the woman you claim to love. Powerful. Very well said, Bain. Caleb is here. Great to see you. No, that smile, Caleb, the smile that she has there is forced because it's gallows humor. She's like, it's this smarmy little, how do you like, this is the death, and I'm doing it to you, white man. I'm doing it to you. That's what she's saying. I'm doing it to you, white man. Lavish is here. Hello, sister. Great to see you. Yeah, absolutely. Great comment by Bain. We're going to get on to the next story because these all relate. These all relate. We're going to get on to the next story, which is about a pregnant white woman having the fucking shit beat out of her in a once great country, United States, in a once great country, because there's no value on white people. None whatsoever because of anti-whiteism. So little value. We have been so dehumanized that people make videos like this on a platform that fucking conservative and Republican content creators are defending. Jesus H, I swear, this is infuriating. I have the answers. Team White Wellbeing has the answers to put an end to this. And people just keep going about doing their asinine, ass-backwards shit. Pregnant white woman, we're going to get to the story in just a moment, bent over because she has a pregnant sickness on the street with her husband, and she's vomiting, and I don't even know. Things have gotten so bad. Is the guy even white? Is the husband even white? I assume he is. And 2 anti-white non-whites, and we're getting into some pattern recognition just like this. We're going to sew it all together in this first segment. I'm going to teach you a deep lesson that you better not soon forget. Pattern recognition that matters. She's puking on the ground, and these 2 anti-white non-whites walk up, and they say how disgusting she is and start spitting on her, and then start beating the shit out of the pregnant white woman. St. Andrews says, reiterate the shunning of anti-white terminology. Absolutely. Do not use, if you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. It puts you, if you use their terminology, you are in their story. This is one of the things I didn't get a chance to get to when I was talking to Triologic yesterday. They're talking about Jared Taylor. He's in their story. He's in their story because he uses their terminology. If you're in their story, you can't win. And by the way, what is this? What is this fucking poll? What is this? So this poll done by the Noticer on Twitter the other day asked, what is the best site to lead whites for joining our movement? Well, first of all, I disagree. We don't have a movement. We have a sphere, a white sympathetic sphere. Some is implicit, some is explicit. All right? A movement is a coherent unit. So using that word is just plain incorrect. And if you don't give things their proper names, you can't think about them in a way that can be productive. So then it gave options. American Renaissance, NoWhiteGuilt.com. It's actually .org. National Justice Party? Are you fucking insane? Are you seriously fucking insane? And then other right below. Well, Amrin, the thing that I can say that we can be proud or happy of is that, of course, this poll reached the vast majority of people that this poll reached were people who are explicit white sympathetics, many of whom don't like us because we actually perform in bed. We actually satisfy women in bed. We don't just talk about it. We dominate. I'm like that. What's that liquor with that pirate? I'm like that. You know, I'm like up knee like this. We actually dominate and succeed. That's why the rest don't like us. It can't look like they're little LARPing. Too bad, too sad. Me nots. So they say American Renaissance, 34.9%. And then we came in second, 29.3%. So that's saying something given the population. If this poll were taken of the general population and they got an opportunity to see, do you think, like you, the general population of white people would want to see how awful black people are by way of statistics? Would they like to see that? Or what this going free community does? Would they like to see love, hope, and redemption and a stopping of victimization of white people? Would they like to see this other group that wants the Fourth Reich? I mean, let's be serious. Fucking ridiculous. In a room full of goddamn dickless or small dick children. And that's why we got women like this. Don't use their words. Do not use their words. Based in Red Pill is asking, what's the TikTok account so that he can leave a comment? Okay, what does it say there? Let me put on my glasses. GLEWISS165. GLEWISS165. Don't harass this hideous, flagitious demon from hell. Don't harass her. Just make a comment. If you want to disagree, then you can go do that. But don't harass her. We got somebody in here who likes to get on his knees, hands and knees, for Fuentes. Take that someplace else, man. Nobody here is sexually confused. Nobody here is suffering Ye's law. Nobody here is servile to a black rapper. You are servile to a guy who's sexually confused, who is servile to a black rapper who has sex with white women. That's how pathetic that is. Grow up. The guy you follow says a lot about you. Think about that. Caleb says, correct, Jason. Reptile is here. Great seeing you, brother. Glass blowing with NWG. Awesome. And this BPE is burning hotter than my torch. Amen to that, brother. BPE, big Promethean energy. New Crofter is with us. Hello to you. What do you got, ladies and gentlemen? Can I get an amen for there's a demon in the room and she has spawned another demon? Anybody want to make some predictions for this little thing here? This little thing here, and this is about what kind of black guy specifically do you think she's going to be after? She's not going to be after the black guy, because if you understand this, what's going on properly, if you're going free, you don't have your head up a donkey's ass, you understand that this is about hating the white race. So do you think she's going to choose a black guy who is like highly moral, totally going to work on time, making sure he's in the class all the time, getting the best grades he's capable of getting? Do you think that's the black? That's a little too white, isn't it? Those are a little too white norms for Western civilization, right? So we can predict you. Whoa. We're going to be able to predict accurately again, whereas the others are not. Because why? Because we have the go free method. So the daughter isn't going to go for the black guy who's moral and goes to work every day and will stay married to her and will go to marriage counseling if they have problems, and he's not going to be cheating around on her. It's not going to be that black guy, because that's mighty like a white guy, isn't it? Mightily like a white guy. And this is about war on Western civilization. No, she's going to find the black guys that are the least like white guys. She's going to find the thugs, baby. She's going to go out and find herself thugs. And them thugs are going to be sharing her around, because that's what thugs do. They're going to share around. She's going to get STDs. She's going to have abortions. She's going to get beat up. Happens all the time. So no, she's not going to be heading off looking for the moral, respectable black guy going to his class and getting a good grades and a good job. Way too white. She would dump him for being too white. And we can accurately predict that. Could you imagine having so little self-awareness? You're like, yeah, I'm going to go into this chat and I'm going to tell everybody I follow the sexually confused guy who worships the black rapper who has sex with white women. Go white race. Just admit that you want him to go to town on you. Just admit that you want to be his bottom. Just admit it. Just admit it, like the rest of his fans. Just admit you want to be his bottom. Platypus is here. That's a cool name, actually. Lavish, she's going to give birth to another Andrew Tate. Oh, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yep, Sam got it right. She's going to go for the flashy thug, just as unlike an actual man of the West could be. Just the opposite of what a man of the West can be. That's what she's going to go for. And she'll also go through different like iterations of herself, where I guarantee you she'll also become a follower of Asian culture. Promise you on that. Absolute promise on that. And probably Hindi as well. So Hindu culture as well. Promise on that. This is why we got to talk about things from this perspective. Hey, Tree of Logic is a black woman, and the whole time we're talking, you see these epiphanic moments. She's like, well, explain that to me. And I'm explaining, and then she's like, I get it. That's smart. Again and again throughout our conversation, she's intelligent and honest. Why can't more white people be like that? What in the fuck is wrong with white people? I explain this shit. Team White Wellbeing explains it. We do it again and again to white people, and they're like, I'm going to go vote for an NJP. That's the best message to reach a normal white person. Goose-stepping, Heiling Hitler. That's the smartest thing to do. No one is ever going to be part of a Fourth Reich. My God, how disconnected do you have to be from reality? That's what happens when you say things that you can't tell the regular population. You end up in these tighter and tighter little circles where you only talk to those people. And then you think, our little clubhouse is going epic. No, you idiot. You think that because you can't talk to anybody else. Axum is here. Great to see you. Axum says, like to call tonight. You're number 2. Or no, Baron White. You're number 2. That's right, about the bill in Australia. Let's get on to this next story. Could I be so lucky as to just do that? No, that ain't going to help. I'm going to weave all this together. We're going to knock out these next stories pretty quickly, and we're going to get to Tucker and your comments and questions. Financial gifts and the like. There we go. Tell me if you can hear it.
Should this ultrasonic dental cleaning device be made illegal in the U.S.? This revolutionary dental device is saving Americans thousands of dollars in dental visits and treatments.
Says the robot. Have you ever tried to use one of these water picks? It's like a fucking fire hose. You're like, I got one once because it was all the dentist was like, oh, you should have this. You should. I got it and I turned this thing on and it lit my bathroom up, spraying water everywhere.
It helps get rid of plaque, tartar, and break down stubborn
Doesn't do
stains
jack
through
shit.
ultrasonic vibrations easily and from the comfort of your own
ultrasonic
home,
vibration.
even if nothing else has worked. And seeing is believing. The results can be immediately
Oh,
noticed.
here we go.
The alarming video shows Leanne Hindi pleading for mercy as
Look at this,
two
look.
young men punch her and push her to the ground.
I just
Look at this. This is right outside of Boston. Walking down the street, white woman and her husband. She's pregnant, like visibly pregnant. She's pregnant. She starts vomiting from the sickness. And these two, what's the pattern? What's the pattern you need to be able to see? This is the IQ test, folks. We're talking about patterns today. And there are a lot of patterns to be able to see in the world. And the more intelligent you are, the more you are able to identify patterns that can serve your objectives. Does that make sense? One of the dumbest patterns is to say, for example, that this is taking place on concrete. Equally stupid, that this is taking place because the attackers are black. Did you hear what I just said? That is a wrong answer. That is the wrong answer. In IQ testing, there are IQ tests that don't have any words or any math in them. There are questions or challenges where you have to discern patterns. And there are patterns there that aren't the right answer because they're trying to weed out on the basis of IQ. They're trying to say that a person with a higher IQ here will get the deeper pattern. That's one of the ways they weed out IQ. Determining a pattern in this case, and in all these cases we're talking about today, on the basis of race is the incorrect answer. Now, I get your midwit. I get your fucking midwit. Or maybe you're an uber midwit and you think, well, you got a few more IQ points than the midwit, and you've come to this conclusion and you think that's all that matters. I am more intelligent than you. And I am telling you, you are wrong. So stop going down this path. I'm tired of trying to make these cases for people who, because the IQ cap is too big, you can't get it. I just have to tell you now, you're wrong. Stop thinking for yourself and take the advice of somebody who is more intelligent than you. And if it hurts your feelings, then good, it should. There is the deeper pattern. And the pattern here that serves our objective of ending our victimization is that these two guys are anti-white, not that they're black. I could not care less. Listen, dum-dums out there, the ones out there that are still like, but no, I see that they're black. I can see that they're black. And every time I look, they're just black. Okay, dum-dum. Don't you want to end the victimization of white people? Yes, I'd want to end it. That's why I'm pointing out, shut up. Shut up. When we identify our victimization as anti-white, I'm only going to try to explain this one more time. When we identify it as anti-white, rather than on the basis of the way they were born, then we can put an end to our victimization. Do you understand? Do you need me to come and choke the fuck out of you for you to fucking get it? How many more pregnant white women do you want to see get beaten? You want to keep talking about the black race? How many more? You're not getting rid of the black race. That's never going to happen. You can end our victimization. Look at this shit. Imagine if that was your mother. Imagine if that's your sister. Imagine if that's your wife, because it will be.
I remember being thrown over to the ground and trying to get control over myself, but it was so quick and so sudden.
Leanne says she repeatedly told her attacker she was 3 months pregnant, to
Listen.
which one suspect allegedly responded, "I will kill your kid."
These people are not crazy. They're anti-white. The value of white people, the value of our lives is zero in Western civilization. It's zero because we're not using the concepts that give ourselves value. You don't even treat your fellow white people with value. That's how little value the white race has, even to you. When you see her get thrown to the ground, is your first thought, oh, the savagery of those savages? Because if it was, you're a piece of shit. And I don't care if you don't like it. You need to heal. I don't care if sometimes I gotta be rough around the edges for you to get it. That's where our people have gotten. You need to be thinking about the victimization of our people. You need to be placing value, investing value in this woman and the baby in her womb. That's where the value needs to be. And then if you do that, you'll rightly say the problem is that there's anti-whiteism. Because if there wasn't anti-whiteism, then these two anti-white POSs would not have been in a state of mind that, oh, this is some vermin, this is some white vermin that they can call trash and spit on, and then physically attack and say that they're going to kill her baby. Just walking down the street. You want to know something else that really disgusts me about this video? This is right outside of Boston. This is a pretty white area, isn't it? Boston, really white. Outside Boston, a lot of white people. Where are all the white people coming and stomping the shit out of these two and the other group of white people taking this white woman, throwing them in the car and racing off to the hospital? Full of white people. What about all the Irish up there that think it's the Irish and they're sticking together? Where's all the sticking together? See, that ethnocentrism is bullshit. That ethnocentrism, you don't have your head up the donkey's ass. You're underneath drinking from something. You need to dump that shit. It's about what we all have in common, the biospirit of the West inside of all of us.
I just was trying to cover myself. That's all I was thinking about, was just covering my tummy.
I seen him spit on her and then started attacking her.
Witnesses jumped in to help. Leanne's boyfriend tried to fend off the attackers. Even an elderly man in the red hat there steps in.
I can't believe it. Does anybody know, even if the husband's white? All these cars, this is clearly a city area, and non-white people coming to their aid. Thank God for the non-white people.
Throwing multiple punches. Leanne cannot understand what triggered the violence, but says she was feeling nauseous from her pregnancy and vomiting near the sidewalk of Quincy's downtown post office Tuesday evening.
Then all of a sudden,
No,
these
she didn't
kids
lose
came
the
over
baby,
and
I
started
don't think.
laughing at me because I wasn't feeling well, and I was just, hunched over holding my stomach. And then the kid proceeded to keep laughing, and then spit on me.
Police arrested 19-year-old Tyrese Jones.
What are you seeing right there? Nobody better see blacks. Nobody better see blacks. I'm no conservative. I'm no Sean Hannity who can't see race. I can see that they're black. What are you supposed to be seeing? That they're anti-white. This is why we get censored without playing their villain and their narrative. Because we have the remedy. We have the white magic that expels the demons of anti-whiteism in our people.
Johnson nurse and 18-year-old David Russell. And Leanne is grateful so many strangers risked their safety to help her.
Thank God for the citizens,
The husband there looked like he was white. I don't know.
and thank God for my boyfriend who came right to my rescue to help me. And if it wasn't for them, I don't know if I would be okay.
Now, Leanne says she did go to the hospital. Thankfully, she and her baby are going to be okay.
Quincy, Massachusetts, pregnant woman Woman's pain screams could be heard in a Quincy courtroom Thursday as Judge Mark Coven watched a video that prosecutors say shows the woman being beaten by two Quincy teenagers. You mean anti-whites? And what were their ages? 18 and 19? They're adults, men. Now, why would he say that? Not because they're black, because the judge is anti-white. It's one thing, I mean, you could say, if you want to say, you want to make like a joke about, I wouldn't even make a joke about this anymore. If I were out trying to talk to people, like I wouldn't be like, the different kinds of jokes that could be told about something like this. It's gotten really bad. They're beating the shit out of a white woman. Well, just in the previous story, they're saying, hey, we're going to not produce white babies. We're only going to produce non-white babies to biologically white erase. So you have the planning to biologically white erase in the first story. And now in the second story, it's the kill the white baby in the womb. Are you seeing a theme here? Now, the first group of anti-whites were white. The second group of anti-whites were black. Are you able to get the pattern yet? Are you able to see the pattern yet? Most of the time I see on social media is people just making jokes about it. Yeah, we know what they are. We know exactly what they're talking about basketball. And we got a story about that coming up. That's what that is. You know what I mean? I mean, are you fucking crazy? We're going to have there's not going to be a place to go and live. There's not going to be any more places to white flight to. Well, you all sit around and you're like, isn't it funny that these are, what do they call them? Americans that are basketball? That's so funny. That's so funny. I mean, what are you, like 25 and you're still making like 14-year-old jokes? That's so fucking funny. No wonder other races out there, they've got to look at us and think, this is definitely not the white race of yore. This is definitely not. Look at that round-faced, pot-bellied, 25, 35, 45-year-old joking around like he's 13, 14-year-old. Instead of being able to identify genuine leadership in his race and following it. No, it's I like the guy that's sexually confused and changes his position 180 degrees every time he turns around and worships a black rapper that screws white women. That's the one I follow. Or follow comedians or follow. I mean, are you serious? So we got white anti-whites planning the biological white erasure of our people. They're going to be carrying it out. You have non-white anti-whites beating to kill a baby in the womb of a white woman. You don't see white people pouring out of these office buildings. You see some non-white guys trying to jump in and trying to stop them. That is so sickening. This is definitely not the white race of yore. Keep making jokes though, and keep fucking LARPing. Keep going to the parties and throwing up stiff salutes, you goddamn cowards. That's what you got to do. Here they are right there. Two defendants, Johnson, Nurse, and Russell, 19 and 18, adult men, could pose a danger to the public and ordered that they adhere to additional conditions, including wearing a GPS monitor. So they just released them. They had been held behind bars since their arrest Tuesday, charges of aggravated assault and battery on a pregnant woman. And he had a weapon. Where's the white race? All right, let's go to the next story. Let's just keep it rolling. so we can see what we should be doing. We should see how this should be handled. 6-year-old, parents shot, and she was hit after basketball rolls into man's North Carolina yard. Now, is he just crazy? Or is he anti-white? Or is he black? Those are your choices. That's how I'm going to give tests from now on. That's how I'll give tests from now on, because that's how we'll weed out the people who are too goddamn dumb to get it over the course of your whole life. What do you see there? Do you see a black guy or an anti-white guy? This is your IQ test. North Carolina man turned himself into police 2 days after allegedly firing shots at a 6-year-old and her parents after a basketball rolled into his yard. Can anybody say, what was it, Hennant? What was that, the kid's name? Somebody remind me, what was the kid's name? What was his name? And no, you get one or the other. Is he black or is he anti-white? You don't get to say both. One or the other. His race doesn't matter one shit. So that's a tip. Is he black or anti-white? His race doesn't matter at all. All that matters is that he's anti-white. Was it Hennant? So he rode a bicycle that crossed into some guy's grass. That guy, everybody said, oh, he's got to be crazy. Is this one crazy too? Maybe crazy with anti-whiteism. Maybe crazy with the lack of value on the white race. We've been so dehumanized. And then look at this picture. The New York Post is supposed to be like not as anti-white as other. Why did they choose the little girl looking like she'd been in a brawl? Like she's still mad about a fight? Is she got into a fist fight? Maybe she got stitches on her face because a bullet went through it. Why are they using this picture? Because there ain't no value on the white race. Robert Singletary, 24, handed himself over to authorities in Tampa over 560 miles from where he allegedly opened fire on his neighbors. All right, so happened in North Carolina, 6-year-old and her parents were shot Tuesday night by an angry neighbor who fired at them after a basketball rolled into his yard. The story is not what the conservative content creators will tell you. That the story here is that they're not talking about it because they can't take guns away with it. No, this is, just like the pregnant woman, a hush crime. And we're going to be talking about that in the next segment. It contradicts the anti-white narrative. That's why they're not talking about it. It's not because they can't use it to take firearms away. That is a conservative content creator or organization leader trying to mislead you so you will remain vulnerable to the victimization of anti-whites. Now, they might not want you to remain vulnerable, but what they know is they're not going to get their paycheck if they mention race at all. So they will scramble, they will concoct whatever they have to get you to look somewhere other than race. This is 100% race-based. Hennant riding a bicycle through the grass by accident had nothing to do with his murder. The basketball rolling into the grass by this little girl and the other kids had nothing to do with this guy shooting at them. He shot at curs. He shot at mongrel dogs. Because that is what the value of the white race is in the anti-white narrative. That is what we've allowed to happen. That is what I stood in horror looking up at that gigantic portrait of MLK at junior high school. And I realized in horror that if it was immoral, I was a goddamn child and I figured it out. If it was immoral for white people to have pride and to care about ourselves and to defend ourselves from victimization on the basis of that victimization, then moral, the opposite, was victimizing us. And I went to the teachers and the staff and I was like, don't you see? Don't you get it, what you've done here? Thinking that they just got it wrong, that they just didn't see where it was going when they damn well knew where it was going. This is what I feared. Step on their grass, die, white race. Come too close, look the wrong way at them, die, white race. The police are not going to pursue it like they would or should. The people who are responsible are not going to be punished like they would or should. These two guys beating up a pregnant woman, how can that happen in the courtroom? Don't you dare say because they're black. I will come to your fucking house and kick the shit out of you. It's because Western white, therefore Western standards, have been white erased from the courts. They've been white erased from everything we make. If Western standards were in place and two guys, jumped on a pregnant woman and started beating the shit out of her, the book would be thrown so hard, so fast, their relatives would feel the shockwave of pain going through them. That is what Western law and order would do to such people. And it wouldn't matter one jot to us what race they were. The only way it can happen is because we have been white erased from our court system. No more like half-assing in service to white well-being. No more like half-ass going free method. No more. It's not tolerable anymore. We've got to say it like it is. We got to get animated. Because we are running out of time to reach the people we got to reach. Kinsley White was wounded along with her mother, Ashley Hildebrand, and father, William White, when a gunman opened fire around 8 p.m. in Gaston County after he became enraged about the bouncing ball. That's not it at all. It was because he hates white people and they were playing basketball. He didn't like the sound of white children playing. And white people have no value. He's not worried about their system, how they treat everything with kid gloves when it comes to anti-whites. He was happily going to get out there and kill him some white people. There's so many times in the workplace, white people will talk about something like this, and you're like, did you hear about the black guy that shot at the kid and just for playing basketball? Those people are just, they're like monsters. And they walk away. And that's the end of it. How much good have you done? You know, your parents were doing that. Your individualistic parents, your individualistic grandparents, your individualistic great-grandparents, your individualistic great-great-grandparents. They were all doing the same thing. I'm sick of it. I'm sick that your parents, your grandparents, your great-grandparents, your great-great-grandparents were doing it. And we're going to slap, Team White Wellbeing will slap some sense into you. This happened because, do you hear about how the anti-white tried murdering those white children and the white father and mother because they were out having a little game of basketball and he hates white people so much he wanted to kill some white babies? Did you hear about that? No, I didn't. Yes, you didn't hear about it because it's a hush crime, because the anti-whites dominate news and entertainment media. Are you seeing how this works a little differently? You can say that to anybody. You know who you can't go around saying, did you see the black guy too? Everyone but the couple people that you can say something like that to. Are you following what I'm saying? Can I get a hoorah if you're following what I'm saying? Look, I got to tell you, I can't walk on water yet. So all I can do is get pissed off here on the internet and try to shake some sense into people because I love you. And I'm sick and tired of seeing these jackass mistakes made over and over by people who I can see are making these mistakes, how they're making it, how they don't know it. Can I get a hoorah? This is insane. Then you can talk about why white people are devalued in the West. You can start talking about the news and entertainment media to everyone at the dinner table, to everyone in the workplace. Who can't you talk about how much you dislike black people with? Who can't you talk about the data about how many blacks do this and how many blacks? Who can't you talk about that with? Guess what? Saying those things to those few people that you can talk about that with hasn't yet normalized it. It hasn't yet normalized it. For you Fuentes followers, and what just out of his head psycho that little is. Him saying, well, before me, nobody could talk about loving Hitler. And before me, nobody could ever say anything about black crime rates. Are you out of your mind? People have been making that mistake since before your great-great-grandparents in Mexico, buddy. And then you've got all of these little twerps following you. This is an insane world that we're forced to live in. And I am losing my shit over how crazy it is, over having to deal with it, and how dumb the population has come. You're all dumb. You all, not the team white well-being, everybody else out there that hears my voice. And the neighbors, I promise you, they're hearing my voice. You're all dumb on bath salts and Doritos and processed this and beer and cigarettes and chewing tobacco and country music and rap music and all this other filth that you're out there doing and listening to and imbibing. You're all dumb. And then you want to follow like Huckabee. And then you want to follow Fuentes. You're going to get edgy. Or not. Or you're going to go LARP at the local clubhouse where you go marching in there like you're a goose with broken legs. God damn it. And then it's always the same. So did I spell it out enough for even the fucking midwits? In one case, you go to work or you go to the bus stop or you talk with your family and you're going to say, oh, blacks. And then you're going to say something negative about black people. And you're not going to be able to say that to everybody at work. You're not going to be able to say that to everybody in the family. You're not going to be able to say that to everybody at the bus stop. You'll probably get the fucking shit beat out of your limp-dicked ass. No. But if you start talking about how it was anti-white, the guy's anti-white, white people devalued, how they get devalued, that it's a hush crime, why it's a hush crime. Why is it so? How is it so? How is it harming all of us? How might each individual white person might be next? If they can shoot the white little girl in the fucking face and beat up the pregnant white woman and the white women out there planning to biologically white erase, what's next for you? I am fired up. And if you don't get fired up, it's because something's broken inside of you. Maybe it's genetic. Too bad for you. Maybe you're defunct. Too bad for you. But most of the folks who are drawn to me and the work that we do here have the potential to be real men and women of the West and to continue to climb that ladder, to get better and better every day, to where there is genuine magic with which we can push back. Real magic that the white race has long ago forgotten. You're not going to get in a little cauldron out somewhere. You're not going to look at the stars in the sky. You're not going to write on a little piece of paper and set it on fire and bury the ashes in the dirt and squat on, take a shit on it, and then suddenly make magic happen. You're not going to get in there and put some money up in a political campaign and think you got a chance against people who print money. I know the way to the truth. I am the light and the path to love, hope, and redemption. And if you don't learn how to walk it, you're going to be in that wheelchair all your life. And if you think it's bad now, they're going to teach you to have to swim in that wheelchair. Let's go on to the next story. It doesn't even involve initially white people. But you might say, how does that have to do with us then? We go from 6-year-old girl to 6-month-old baby. How does that sound? Teens. Why do they use teens? It's not for blacks. It's for anti-whites. Teens charged with misdemeanor in stolen vehicle crash that killed 6-month-old. You get this? So, 6-month-old baby, Hispanic. Collateral damage to anti-whiteism. That's how this happens. You know, if you're a Nazi or one of these Nazi wannabe pathetic losers, you're not going to talk about the Hispanic baby that died here. But we do. Because, one, we care about white people. And the reason that Hispanic baby is dead is because the standards of Western civilization have been white erased. The expectations for law and order have been white erased. Does that make sense? And number two, we care about and love every good person. Chicago, 2 teens are only facing misdemeanor trespassing charges. They trespassed on somebody else's car. Can you believe this shit? How can that happen? White erasure of our norms. White erasure of our laws. White erasure of our expectations for behavior. Do you remember in New York where one anti-white, or we don't know whether it was anti-white or not, probably, but one non-white goes into a little grocery store and has an altercation with another non-white. The non-white shop owner kills the other non-white person. And then the city files massive charges against the non-white shop owner. Do you remember that? And then all of a sudden, they backed off. Before they backed off, what did I tell you? I told you live and alive on stream more than once that these were laws put in place to diminish the punishment for victimizers of white-owned businesses when there were white little-owned businesses in New York. And that as a consequence of those laws being on the books, this non-white shop owner was getting harmed. And that I predicted that those charges would be dropped or mitigated. And within a week, they were mitigated. And maybe they were dropped altogether. Within a week, it was meant for you and me. And if you don't start getting this right in your conversations, if you don't start shaking it out of yourself so you can shake it into others, if you don't know how to cast that spell of white magic on yourself, you'll never be able to cast it on others. You'll never be able to work wonders with white magic. Then this is just going to keep getting worse. This is a story that we can and should talk about. Because here you have a dead 6-month-old Hispanic baby because of white erasure. 2 non-whites stole a car. That is grand theft. That is larceny in any state. But they're being charged with misdemeanor trespassing. What have I told you 100, 200 times is going to happen in America and in the UK and in Germany? The exact same thing that happens in our once great country of South Africa and Rhodesia, where gang ritualistic rape and murder become charges of pickpocketing gone wrong. This is murder gone wrong. But they'll never call it that. They're going to say, oh, it was just a trespassing gone wrong. They meant only to trespass on somebody's vehicle to get in it. They meant only to trespass to get in it when they stole it. They only intended to trespass. So the mens rea argument in law, this is the bastardization, the white erasure of our law system. Why? Because we made it. So everything that we make has to be destroyed. Retributive justice. Maybe you've heard me say it a time or two. They were just merely trespassing on the vehicle when they stole it. And they had merely trespassed on a vehicle when they drove it down the street at a high rate of speed and T-boned this nice pickup truck that had this Hispanic family in it, and the little Hispanic 6-month-old died in the accident. That's second-degree that's manslaughter, second-degree murder. But no, it's just trespassing on the vehicle. Now, why is it just trespass? I guarantee you, the Nazi dickless, limp-dicked wonders out there, either they're midget sticked is what they are. The Nazi midget sticks out there are going to be out saying, well, they're going easy on them because the guys in the car are black. That's not why. Stop focusing on other groups of people. Stop centering them in our story. The reason they're going easy on them is because our system of norms and moray and law has been white erased. When they'll never get it, because the leadership of these Nazi groups is farmed out to people who are getting paid by anti-whites, to non-whites, and to half non-whites. And you all know it. Let's just say it openly. Let's just say openly the open secret in the white sympathetic sphere. Okay? Say it. These pro-white, white nationalist, white supremacist groups, their leadership is non-white. And where they do find somebody who is white to be in charge, the financiers are non-white. God damn. This whole world is burning down around us in our lifetimes. So they go racing down. Christian, what is the name? Uvidia. So it's probably like Ecuador or something like that. Dead. Because the standards of Western civilization have been white erased. Let's see what you're saying real quickly, and then we're going to get to Tucker Carlson, because this is important. Last week, nobody gave up shit that I was talking about how the federal government is going to force you to pay a penalty, and it's going to be white people, in my opinion. It's going to be white people forced to pay a penalty on their mortgages, and not just white people, but it's going to be mostly white people forced to pay a penalty on your mortgage when you buy a home so that you can finance people who are going to be mostly non-white to live in your neighborhood. Homes they couldn't afford. And remember, all the arguments, I made a bunch of arguments last week talking about this before all these others are talking. Now they're making my arguments, and it's really disgusting to see all these other content creators, especially these little midget sticked cuck-servative types who are getting massive views, now coming along after and making the same arguments, except like this little bitch here, like this little Ken doll, dickless Ken doll, making sure that you don't notice that it's race-based. Remember, this is the multimillionaire, the decamillionaire that thinks that, hey, give all the working class jobs to non-white guys. Who cares? Who cares? Him with Adam Carolla. Remember? You going to give them a pass? Over here on Entropy, we got a few financial gifts. We got Griffin. So how does this story connect? The same folks who trespass on an automobile and kill a baby in the back seat, and they're just going to call it trespassing on a car gone wrong, are going to live next door, and you're going to pay for them to live next door. The same anti-whites who are going to try to mow down with a hail of bullets, a white man's creation, a beautiful little white girl and the white family, the whole family, because a basketball rolls near his property, and he hates white people that much that's just, he hates white people this much, and then that basketball rolled by, and that was just irritating enough to just put him over the edge. Don't you dare think it had anything to do with a basketball. It was all this. It was a lifetime of hating white race. And then this much of a basketball at the end. They're going to move him in next door. The white women, the white woman, and the white teenage girl, anti-whites, who are literally plotting and planning the biological white erasure of your and my people, they're going to move them next door. The anti-whites that see your white wife, your white mother, your white sister walking down the street in your neighborhood, that are going to jump her and beat her and say she's disgusting and they want to kill the white baby inside of her, federal government, anti-whites are going to move them next door. But this little dickless bitch on Fox is going to tell you it's just for Democrat votes. That's what Republicans do, folks. That's what conservative content creators and leaders, that's what they do. That's what they've always done. You don't like my passion? It's because you're broken. You get inspired by my passion? It's because you got a chance. Griffin here, $5 financial gift. Thank you, brother. Feeling energized and hopeful today, sending some white well-being dollars your way for the cause to victory. Amen, brother. Thank you so much. We have 3 white blend here with a financial gift of $5 US. God bless you, brother. Says, saw you on Isabel Brown's live stream on Friday. What do you think? Well, I'm interested in the work that she's doing, and she did not reach back out to me. So we'll see if she decides if she wants to come on for a conversation to tell us what she does. But I'll tell you, Isabel Brown has been pushed to me by YouTube big time. I mean, it feels like every other time I open YouTube's like, here's Isabel Brown. Here's Isabel Brown. And then who does she work for or with? What Big Con Inc. group does she work for or with? Prager or who? Do you know? 3 White Blend? Every time I turn around, YouTube's like, there you go. So I was working. I got this alert. Isabel Brown. So I was like, for the love of God. I go over there and I'm like, is this girl conservative? Like what are her positions? And she shows up, attractive blonde girl, and 25, married, and she's in like this jazzed up studio, and she's going to look at TikTok videos of transgenders and have like live reactions. And then I could tell in the interim, I jumped over. I was like, what are some of the titles of her other videos? And it seemed like, okay, she's a conservative. And then her responses to the transgender videos seemed like she was conservative. Something I noticed was 3 White Blend. Maybe you noticed. She read 2 of my comments. The first one, she said no white guilt. The second one, even though there were only 12 of us in the live chat, she said, someone says. in the live chat and then read my comment. So I invited her on. I invited her on in the live chat. I sent her an email inviting her on and told her about my interview that was going to take place with a Tree, and I gave her the link to that. Haven't heard back from her. So as far as I know, she's just building an audience. She's just getting started, but she's traveling the country speaking at universities. Just getting started. And she had like 9,000 subs on YouTube. And she doesn't have, on the other one, she read the amounts of followers on the others, and they were similarly low. I mean, just getting started. And she was invited on Megan, what's her name? What's the woman's name that used to be on Fox? Megan something. Invited on her show. So I thought, that's kind of interesting. How do you get on that Megan show? Yeah, I've been doing this thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of hours. Proven ability to speak from the cuff, ad lib, ad hoc, brilliant. I can speak up big words. I can speak down everybody lingo. Nothing. Megyn Kelly is what it is, I think. So I'm interested. I hope that she's going to be hardcore, conservative-minded, patriotic, and that when things are blatantly anti-white, she'll be brave enough to say that. If she doesn't, then I'm going to be thinking it's another big con Inc. artificially created content creator. And they've told her behind the scenes, you're not allowed to say anti-white. You're not allowed to notice where we're being victimized. Just call them woke. Call them the woke brigade. Call them wokies. Because you see, by the obvious inverse, we are brain dead, asleep. Great question, though. Thank you for that. What did you think of her? Tag me when you write your response. Yiz the eunuch, $5. God bless you, sister. Weekly folk tide to celebrate you beating the virus which plagued you. Norovirus didn't have a chance. I stomped it into the ground, and I've been like crushing it in the gym. I've been so crushing it because when I get really sick like that, I don't have fat to eat. Do you know what that's like, folks? Do you know what it's like to watch your muscles being consumed for energy? Does anybody else work out and have low body fat? Captain Morgan. I just remembered the alcohol name that I was trying to remember earlier. Captain Morgan. That's funny. You see, my brain can do like 5 things, actual things all at once. It was busy remembering what I didn't pull up back then. My brain's like, another part of it's like, hold on, we got enough processing power over here. We'll do this too. So I got norovirus, and my body was just eating me. It was like, well, we don't have fat. We'll just eat you. And so I went back into the gym. I was crushing it. I was crushing it in the gym. I was like Rocky on rabies. So I'm back, baby. I am back. And the only good thing when I get really sick is that my like 7% body fat goes down to like 5%. And I am like shredded beyond human machine. I'm standing in the bathroom, my shirt off, and I'm not flexing. I'm not doing anything. And when I move, I like go to grab the toothbrush. I just brush my teeth, and all like the striation on my pecs and my shoulders are going, and the veins are there. And I'm just like, oh my God, I'm turning myself on here. Just keep brushing your teeth. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at that shit. You know, I look like I'm about to just like walk off a spaceship. I look like I'm about to walk off a spaceship and I've nothing on. nothing on at all. And I'm just like, what has become of what we deposited here on this planet so many eons ago? That's what I look like. I am like Sparta, the Spartans in the movies. And get this. Who would you rather follow? This is crazy. Everybody who says, I would rather be at Sparta with King Leonidas, those are people who are either real men of the West or who can be men of the West. It's within them to make it happen. They got to get rid of the MPs. They got to, mentally get tough. All right. It's not just about physical. There are 99% of guys out there that are physically robust are mentally pussycats. So forget about it. You're either a man or you have the potential. I am like King Leonidas. Who the hell would show up in here in our house and say like, Nick is king? Are you kidding me? Salty is king. I'm part of the Salties. Are you kidding me? This is what the white race has become. Or how about the LARPers? Even worse. They'll show up and they're going to be real tough. And then they're like, but you're not going to get my name or my face. I'm not going to allow pictures anywhere I go. I hide everywhere because God forbid they find out who I am. I'll lose my job. I'll lose my wife. I'll lose my kids. I'll lose my this. I'll lose that this. Tough, man. You're really tough when you LARP. You all should start viewing all the Nazi types, the fascist types. You should view them the exact same way you view furries. I'm not kidding at all. Except furries get more sex. That's how you should view Nazis. And that's another thing about Nick. I think the actual Nazi LARPers need to metaphorically stomp the shit out of Nick and his crew, because what a joke that is. They've been Nazi LARPing since 1900. And here comes Nick at 24 years old saying, nobody's done this since me. And then the midget stick brigade behind him are all like, yeah, they hold up their little sticks. Their little sticks are like this. They're like, yeah, go Nick. I can't stop laughing about that. At least the actual Nazi LARPers have been LARPing since 1900. Nick is just going to take credit for anybody he can and then get paid for it. Unbelievable. But yeah, equate them with furries, except furries get sex. That's the difference. But I'll continue reading what Yiz had to say. I'm telling you, though, I got sidetracked thinking about how absolutely gorgeous and just a piece of man specimen perfection standing there in the bathroom, brushing my teeth. Pass it to the other side. I do the handheld brush in the morning. I do the battery operated brush at night. I mix it up. Lots of mouthwash, morning and night. And I do the flossing a little bit less, but I have the picks. I go in, the teeth and the mouth stay healthy. And the tongue stays healthy. The rest of you stay healthy this way. You got to take care of your mouth. His health begins there. You got to take care of your mouth. But it's awesome. Yiz continues here. Being laid low by a... How many other content creators can talk about brushing their teeth and make it so sexual and masculine? Being laid low by a sickness is one of the worst feelings in the world. It's so true. And why we should all be motivated to spread the curative contagion to our people. Kip, white heart emoji. Keep it Promethean. Keep it positive, sister. We love you. Promethean hails to this champ. Yeah, I mean, I went out there to that. I knew I wasn't going to be contagious anymore, but I still was very careful about sanitizing my hands. Neurovirus, not airborne. So I'd have to like rub my mouth and nose or other parts and then shake hands or handle food or drink or so I didn't do any of that. Very mindful of everyone. And god dang, I swear, I pulled that off, and that was not, I was in bad shape. I started laughing. It got so bad. Laugh when things get real bad. I started laughing later that day. I was like, this can't be happening. Anyhow, thank you very much for that. Yiz the Unifier. By the way, Discordant Dragons, tomorrow, 6 p.m. on YouTube and elsewhere. She'll drop the link. Make sure you're there for that. And if Fornulla's here, are we doing Dragon Synth Adventures tomorrow? If yes, it's at 8 p.m. You want to make sure you find him on YouTube as well. 3 White Blend comes back with another $5. God bless you, brother. God bless. He says, look up happy white women in Google Images. Oh, bro, I made a video and YouTube, the Antiwhites of YouTube took it down. I went out there and got commercials. Does people remember this? I think the video would still be on my BitChute. All we did was I gave a woman a task of writing down the names of products that air commercials during the holidays where they are biologically white erasing white people, specifically white women with non-white men. And she thought, I can't remember the exact number. She thought, oh, they have picked up, there might be like 3 or 4. And I said, oh no, it's going to be much more than that. It was over a weekend. Do y'all remember this? And she had 2 pages of different products as she sat and watched the TV. And then I went online and I found like 25 of the different products. She had 2 pages of different products, not like Crest had 2 or 3 commercials doing it, of different products that paired white women with non-white men. And so I grabbed a bunch of these commercials and I put them all together, and it was a very neutral. I was not saying anything negative about non-white races or nothing. Clearly, Antiwhite saw that and they were like, holy shit, white people are going to realize that they're being victimized here, that they're targeted. And so they took that right down and gave me a strike for it. So maybe that video, I can show you some of it on a Going Free and talk about it as I show it to you just a little bit and review it instead of airing it and showing the whole thing, and we could be fine. But that was a powerful video. So, and I know happy white women, I'll pull it up. And in the next segment, we might take a look at it. Oh, I'm not going to put it there. We'll put it over here. Here's a question for you. How many of you brush your teeth, manual toothbrush, with both hands for ease? Left hand for the left side, right hand for the right side. Save Western civilization now. Financially gifts $5. Thank you so much. And he writes here, not sure if this was covered at the beginning of the show, but white women are actually least likely to marry outside of their race. That's true. That is absolutely true. The media highlights this stuff to humiliate whites. Yes, because they're anti-white. I mean, just say that. The media pushes it, normalizes it, because the media is anti-white, because the media is dominated by anti-whites. Say it exactly that way. You will do yourself and me and the world and these white babies a world of good. Because they're anti-white. That's why they do it. And what's the main reason? I said it earlier today. Because a man of the West can only come from a white woman's womb. A white woman's womb is a magical place, my friends. It is a magical place. The man of the West comes from there. And they know that if they can fill the wombs of white women with non-white babies, they're not also filled with white babies. So fewer white men. That's what it's all about, folks. Please, just pretend that I could walk on water, whatever you have to pretend to get you to just say, okay, this guy's got it. You can look back, and there's lore about one man came up with all of the guidelines for Sparta that made that the most powerful city-state on planet Earth. Who knows if it was one man? Maybe it was, because that's how it happens sometimes. Whatever you have to do, this is the only thing working. Let's stop making this like a debate about which is the right path and which is the right vehicle. You damn well know which one is. Let's save Western civilization now. God bless you, brother. Here's what we're going to do, because we are already past 7. We're going to take a very short break. I'm not leaving. It's not even a full song. We're going to listen to a teaser from Imminent Rain, and then we're going to listen to a little bit of a song, and we're going to keep rolling here with your comments and with Tucker Carlson and your financial gifts. And what else? I saw this guy walking his dog. I got to tell you the story. This guy walking his dog today. Holy crap. All right. Don't go anywhere. It's just going to be 60 seconds or less.
Chaotic motley squads, their men slew one another, and the gods slew other gods. But then a vicious remnant launched a final strike. Their faces grim with malice, armed with deadly pikes. An Aryan blew his horn and rode into the fray. October, mighty steed and glorious as the day.
That is the epic Imminent Rain, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to keep rolling here. Can everybody still hear me okay? And we'll put back up that fool. We'll talk about him in a minute. I was just thinking, I wanted to finish my thought on, and I'll get to the dog story, which is pretty funny. Actually, well, let me just say this. The really important thing about why we need to talk about the reason why white women choose non-white males, the way I talked about it, the truth, is because our young guys out there, everywhere, I see them everywhere, they are 100% convinced that all white women find them to be disgusting and pathetic, and that these white women are viewing non-white men as superior. And these white guys are thinking to themselves, I'm not even going to try, because she sees the non-white males as superior. We can't have our young white guys feeling this way. First of all, try to imagine how awful that feels. Going through life, and every white guy has at some point asked the question of themselves, maybe a lot, maybe it's the constant question in their hearts, is that, and if you think this is an important message for folks to hear, share it. Like the stream, make sure you click the bell and you click that you want all alerts from me. I don't send out frivolous alerts. Do it now and do it again and again from time to time, because they will unclick the bell for you because they hate me. I want you to realize every white man and any white guy here that denies that he's had these thoughts is lying. Every one of us have. Because in the anti-white narrative, we're told incessantly white males are pathetic and that white females all day long are just lusting for non-white males. And so we begin to wonder, are they really? Are all the white women really lusting for non-white men? Because I'm not non-white. I can't be what she wants then. So why even bother? That's what they're feeling in their hearts. Imagine that pain. Imagine that emotional toil, that emotional suffering, that you can never be good enough for the women of your people, that you're rejected by the women of your people for other men. Imagine that. If you're a white woman out there, because every guy out there knows, every guy out there has said, do they really? Is it really because of this that they lust for non-white guys? Or is it really because of that they lust? I've had white guys tell me with 100% certainty in their heart and in their eyes that white women want non-white guys because X, Y, or Z, or just X, or Y and Z. They like have it figured out. It's because I had one white guy was at a gas station. The white guy working at the gas station. And he said, I don't even know how the conversation got started. I probably started a conversation about anti-whiteism. But I just remember how powerfully this single white guy who was probably 30 by then, no chance of ever getting a woman at that because of what he had done to himself and because of his attitude. And he told me definitively 100% in his heart, he knew all white women want non-white men because of their smell. I don't kid you. That's actually what he believed. The way that non-white guys smell, it just makes them horny. It just makes them want them. That's actually what he believed. So you're not going to disabuse them of these ideas by saying these two are just jokes, or just call them coal burners, or whatever slurs that they want to use on them. You can only disabuse them of these beliefs with the truth. These white women are not finding something superior out there as a group. There isn't a group superior here in the consideration. They are inflicting injury on Western kind. And let me ask you, are they not? All these white women who they go out into the world and then they see with non-white guys, to them, that's confirmation. And that is a grievous injury for something they already fear is true. So we got to talk about things the way they are. Samantha's here. Hello, sister. Barron says here that he has had anti-white thoughts like I'm talking about. He said it's so self-defeating. It absolutely is. And thank you for having the courage to admit what every white guy has thought to themselves. Every single one. Heidi is here. Great to see you, sister. Yender is here. Great to see you. Folks, if you haven't had an opportunity, share the URL with your circles of influence. Let people know we're still live. There are people who are getting off of work on Sundays. There are people who are finally getting in after a day out. It's up to you. If we're going to be discovered, it's because you go out into the world and you build circles of friends. Get into model airplane building. Get into hang gliding. Get into treehouse building. Get into different hobby groups. You don't have to get deep into the hobbies or the interests. Just have a little bit of knowledge. That'll be fun for you. If picking something that you find interesting. And then that can be another group that you can introduce them to white well-being and what we're doing here. Because we're getting shadow banned and throttled in an insane way. Even by Elon Musk. All right, what else do we have here? Fit and healthy at any age says, seriously, Eminent Rain is legit talented. 100%. Yep. Bryce is here. Great to see you. Southern Bloom, welcome, sister. Rami is here. Hello to Rami. Montana Kid has shown up with a squirrel. Cards said, I guess he's talking to me, that you sound like you're coming from a hurt place. We've all been victim. If you're white, you've been victimized. And do you find it objectionable for white people to talk about our victimization and to get upset about it and to focus on that victimization so we can put an end to it? Do you find that objectionable? Sam says, I'm right-handed. I only use the right hand to brush my teeth, among other tasks. First Last is here. Great to see you, brother. Yeah, I had people at university and military. That's the reason I asked that, because they're like, what are you doing? Why are you passing the toothbrush back and forth? And I was like, I don't know. It's just easier on each side with that hand. Linda is here. Welcome, sister. Of course, some of you may know that I'm ambidextrous. And I had a woman who so insecure years ago, a lawyer. She was talented. She had some good looks, and became very insecure in our conversations. I could tell because it was obviously an insecurity about my intelligence. And then when she found out that I was ambidextrous, that just like put her over the edge of insecurity. And she went out and she found some crazy psychology book that said that ambidextrous people, could you imagine her coming back to me with this? Ambidextrous people have lower IQs. It was like totally like a quackery psychology. I was like, oh, all right. Well, why would you even Why don't you just tell me a little bit more about yourself without telling me about yourself? Ozzy is here. Heidi said, at some point she tagged me and said, I wouldn't call that sex. Oh, I don't remember what I was talking about. Was I talking about sex? Sometimes I'm just going. The spirit of the West is just flowing through me. And then afterwards, I'm like, how'd that go? Where was I? White Lives Matter is here. It says, ambidextrous is high IQ. I don't know if it has anything to do with IQ. It just, all that it means is you just can do with both hands about the same. Whatever you train, you could train the same with both hands, and it works about the same. Anglo America's here. So it's not actually like an advantage. I'd rather have my 2015 vision back. Artificer is here. Great to see you, brother. Helios Abbott is here. All right. So I was driving down the road, and there was this guy with his dog. Is anybody like this? There was this guy with his dog, and it was a like a light brown, and it looked like one of those dogs that's a cross between a poodle and something else. It's a pretty big dog, and that thing was owning him. The dog owned him. It was whatever direction it went, and it wanted to go lots of different directions. It was a big dog with that like little dog mentality, like it's chasing an invisible butterfly on crack everywhere it goes. Except this dog had, I don't know, 50 pounds, 60 pounds maybe, was just yanking the guy every direction. And I was laughing my ass off. You should definitely be the alpha of your pet. Never let your pet be the alpha, or it's miserable. You need to be the alpha with your pet, because the pet will hate its life if it's got to always be worrying about the pack. Oh, the furries. That's funny. She said, that's not sex. Well, whatever they do. Copulate. Crystal is here. Crystal Quasar. Hello and welcome. Hyperborean Dream is here. Hello and welcome. All right. Have you had a pet like that? Or what was your favorite pet? What was your favorite pet and your least favorite pet? And why? Favorite pet and least favorite pet and why? And or were you ever owned by your pet? Did your pet ever just like kick your ass, and you just, for the lifetime of that pet, you were pretty much like the pet's bitch? My favorite was my Doberman that I write about in Born Guilty. She was amazing. She needed very little effort to train, because generally speaking, Dobermans are smart animals, and had this great personality. And she was a fearsome defender. I mean, you all probably remember the story about the Hispanic guy that was getting ready to break in my apartment while I was there with the Doberman. If you remember that story, I don't know, but she was fearsome, brave, smart. She did hilarious things. She obeyed. She was definitely the best of all my pets. I had a Rottweiler before that. It was a great dog too. What was my least favorite though? My least favorite pet. Well, I had a hamster that used to bite the shit out of me every time I put my hand in the cage. It was like Velcro. I didn't know the hamsters were like carnivores. Every time I put my hand in there, it was like my hand had gravitational pull, and it was just like right to my hand. Fast. I couldn't get my hand down there quick enough for that little thing to not shoot over and bite the shit out of me. And then I have these like Dracula blood pouring out of the holes bite on my hand. Then I didn't be in there shaking it. try to get it off. That was probably my least favorite. His name was Killer, so it ended up being appropriate. Elaine Sabatino says, Cards is just jealous, Jason. Cards. What are you talking about there? Promethean Kitchen says, when a woman says that it's not you, it's definitely you. That's funny. Hello, hello, says Heidi. Alex says, the anti-whites, of course, want to push our females that we would make. The anti-whites, of course, want to push to our females that we would make poor lovers and mates. Of course. Yep. Yeah, it's so ridiculous. Donning Armor is here. Great to see you, brother. E. Essington is here. My favorite dog was my grandma's Dachshund and Beagle. What made that dog your favorite pet? Melody Dawn is here. Hello, sister, and welcome. Ash is here. Hello and welcome. Dumpster Diver. Great name. Alex says we should ask the Coltnat Lawpers if they are heading for the Comic-Con convention and if they are dressing up as the role of the villain in the latest anti-white Hollywood movie. Yeah, they should. Heidi says her favorite pet is her hedgehog. Least favorite pet she owns. Oh, no. My hedgehog, favorite. And then least favorite, and she owns me. She's a lot of work, but I love her. And she is at my beck and call because she is needy. So the hedgehog is both your favorite and your least favorite pet. Cool Papa J Magic says, I love my rabbits, and the kids love them too. I love rabbits as well, man. I have had rabbits on and off throughout my life. They are super easy to take care of. They clean themselves. They're litter box trained. They, in the wild, they are kind of like in herds, like dogs or cattle, packs. So they see you as like a litter mate. Samantha, great to see you, sister, says her mother in her mid-50s and in mid-50s growing up said that she was bullied by other children to say that she would date black guys or she was racist. Yeah, it's done all the time. If you look in one of my books, I guess that's in Crucible, you can see that I fought a non-white guy who was using that strategy against white women or white girls. So if he would say to them, pressure them, like if you don't have interest in me and you're not having sex with me, then you're racist. So I'd stomp a shit out of him. I figure if he's going to put pressure on the women of my people, I can put a little pressure back in the other direction. I didn't intend to fight him, though. He was the one who wanted to fight. He just ended up being also the one who got the shit stomped out of him. All right, let's see. Anybody else talk about their pets? Anybody have any funny stories? Montana Kid says he wants a ferret. Wingit says American foxhound is his favorite pet. So that's a great animal, American foxhound. I guess Montana Kid squirrel is a favorite pet. Yeah, if I could have any. Oh, Heidi, going to bed or got to get back to work? See you soon. See you in replay. If I could have, like, if I could have an exotic animal and I didn't have to take care of it all the time. See, like now, I don't have time to take care of it. I would just be, it would be abuse for a pet because I just don't have time to take care of it. But if I was wealthy, like fabulously wealthy, then I would probably have, if I could have an exotic pet that wouldn't, that would be with a trainer all the time so that it would be very unlikely to try to eat me, it might be something like a panther. But I don't know, because that could finish me off pretty quickly if it decided to. Maybe we'd have to put one of those shocking collars on it so that if it started to get agitated, I would just have that little button. Panther. All right, let's see. Oh, let's finish up with these. Oh, we have, get out your raucous emojis, please. Dandy Westman. 07s for Dandy Westman. 95s. Dandy Westman. Westman in his screen name. I love it because that's what we are. We're Westman. And that stands for men, women, and children, just like human Westmen. Get it? Westman. Dandy Westman, $20. And that gets the raucous emojis. God bless you, brother. 95s for him. He says, the white woman attacked in Chicago had an interview on Fox News and revealed that she dated a black man. Everyone in the white sympathetic sphere turned on her, calling her slurs and saying she deserved it. Wasted opportunity. Should be sharing that video to show how dating non-whites won't spare us from anti-white persecution. Very good. Dandy Westman, perfectly taking the position of a go free white well-being advocate. That is in our story. Beautifully written. Exactly, brother. Well done. Extra raucous emojis for Dandy Westman. I give you another personal salute from my heart, my friend. That's beautiful. Well done. Yes, it makes perfect sense that people who play the villain in the anti-white narrative would flip right around and be villainous and make the entire white population think, what are pieces of shit? What garbage human beings? What garbage human beings that would say that? That's what the population would say. And that's what they are saying after they see that. We need to talk about, just like Dan D. Westman's pointing out here, the fact that dating a non-white guy, having a non-white baby is not going to spare you as a white person. You don't get a get out of jail free card by being vehemently anti-white. And we've seen that throughout remember the white girl who was dating the non-white guy, and she said to some anti-white non-whites that all lives matter because those non-whites, and this was at a park, those non-whites were saying that only black lives mattered. And then they went over and what did they do? Did they stomp the shit out of her and the guys? Isn't that what they did? So it didn't even matter. Oh, and she had non-white children too. It didn't matter. So as a white person, you can't be anti-white enough. That's a big lesson to learn from that. Number two, from the other side, anti-whites, whether white or non-white, view you as like the lowest form of humanity. You have no value as a white person, even carrying a non-white baby. And so they can and will set upon you, both white and non-white, anti-whites. Then what else is there? Well, it's the white erasure of our customs, norms, mores, legal system, so that people walking down the street know that they can behave this way since Western standards have been white erased. There are many lessons to take away from this that empower us in our story. Why can't we be a people like all the other groups? Well, we can. We just have to be in our story using our concepts. All right. God bless you, brother, for that. Let's see what's over here on Odyssey. And somebody on Odyssey called Mark says F and then YouTube, but with a name of a people at the start of it. And I'm going to say, brother, call it anti-white tube. That will benefit you. Calling it that is going to harm you. It's going to harm the effort to put an end to our victimization. I guarantee it. I promise it. It happens all the time. Ye's law, brother. Focus on the pattern that benefits us. And that pattern that benefits us is that it's anti-white. Wing It is over there. Who else? A big hello. It doesn't look like anybody's tagged me. Looks like we have, I don't know if this was from, what day was this from? Western Kind United, 1 library token, says he advocates for arranged marriages. Coordinated by fathers in small communities. Thank you very much for that 1 library token. And I think that other one there was from a previous day. All right. Hello to everybody there on Odyssey. Let's check out D Live. Hello to everybody on D Live. Looks like Grabber is over there. Hello to you. Let me spin around here and we'll check this. And we're going to go with Tucker briefly. We're going to keep rolling. It's been a big topic. Okay, we've got Guiltless. Financially gifting $2.02. God bless you, Guiltless. First time I have received a financial gift from Guiltless. $2.22. $2.22. And says that this $2.22 is a handshake, is the emoji that I think it is. Thank you so very much for that. I really appreciate it. That's over there on Cash App. And folks, get out the 07s, the 007s, the 95s, because we have what matters, the 95s. Cast the gems at his feet. Throw down the crown for First Last, who just financially gifted $101 over here on Cash App. God bless you, my dear brother. Thank you so very much. He is in the fight. He's in the game. He's a star on Team WWB. We have so many stars here on Team White Wellbeing. That's what we are. We're a team here. We work together. We all come together. We stand shoulder to shoulder, shield over shield, spear point over spear point. We work together. We make it happen. We succeed. Let's get out some swash flags for First Last. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate it. There we go. Biospirit of the West. Alex, Helios Abbott. Very cool. Thank you so much, good brother. All right. Let's swivel back this way and see what we have. Dandy Westman, back again. God bless you, brother. $3 this time. Herculean champion has arrived. Dandy Westman, he says, shout out to Helios Abbott. He may or may not know we are friends on another social media platform, and both of us came to Go Free independently. How cool is that? World Conqueror, you are the 3rd caller. We got a lot of calls tonight. Wait, did everybody, Biospirit of the West, and then who was second? Did you already reach out to me? on. Did you already reach out to me on Skype? First Les says he's canoeing with no white guilt. How awesome is that? You got to make sure you reach out to me on Skype if you want to talk to me on Skype, and I will call you. Who was that? Speak up. I said was second. So that's cool. Dandy Westman, $3 financial gift, says he and Helios Abbott are friends on a different platform and they came here independently of each other. That's totally epic. Montana Kid coming in at $5 financial gift. Thank you, brother. Great champ, Montana Kid. True warrior for white well-being. And he says, thanks for keeping it real. Well, you are most welcome, man. I appreciate it. And there we have another hero has entered the circle, has entered the huddle. It's Baron White. All right, brother. Dude, bro, moment. Throw the crowns down. Folks, throw the crowns down. Gems at his feet. Scatter the gems. 95s. We care about the 95s here because that's what matters. Other people want to talk about 14s. It's 95. 95. Because Dude Bro Moment, financially gifted 50 white well-being dollars. 50. Let's put an end to these notions that white women are choosing non-white men for any other reason other than how much they hate the white race, with granting that there will be the rare case where two people of a different race fall in love. The vast majority of the time, that's the reason. Dude Bro Moment, man, we salute you big time. God bless you, true champion hero. What an epic guy. What an epic dude is Dude Bro Moment. I want to make another one of those videos that I made using Dude Bro Moment. I'll make another one. It'll be cool. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much for that. He is a household name now. He has become a household name in service to white well-being. Okay, so over on Odyssey, we have a little bitch. We have a little dicked bitch with a tiny little dick. He's a midget stick bitch. Fat, round-faced loser over there. And I told him, I reached out to him as a brother and friend, telling him how to help himself. And he's just a little cocksucker is his problem. He's over there with, he wrote F, J Walker Tube. So I tried to help him out and said, hey, you want to do something positive for yourself, for our people? Call it Anti-White Tube. Notice the pattern that matters. Listen, you little bitch. I'm right outside of Washington, D.C. Where are you? He showed up and he was like, don't tell me how to express myself, coward. Bitch, where are you? Just come and listen like a white man. Tell me your name. Show me your face, you little cowardly bitch. I'm going to go ahead and guess. You're not going to give me your name or your face, you little fucking piece of shit. You little ant-nat piece of Nazi LARPing shit. Cocksucker. That's all you are, bitch. Go back to stay in the shadows, you little rat-faced bitch. We know who's financing. Go ahead and keep following the Jewish guy who runs your Nazi LARPing group. Go ahead and go back to him. Go back to the guy from Puerto Rico who runs your Nazi LARPing group. You little midget stick, midget wit, cock-sucking bitch. Every one of these guys. No name, no face, not out in the world doing anything, no testimonials of success, nothing but failures. And then they're going to show up and they're going to be like, you're a coward. Come on, bitch. I will tell you exactly how to express yourself because you don't know how. You're too goddamn stupid. You're too goddamn hollow-headed, empty-headed, midget-witted, midget-sticked bitch. That's what you are. Go LARP some more. So here he is focusing on Jewish people again. Listen, Your IQ is too low here. I've been explaining patterns. He says a jaywalker tube is owned by jaywalkers. He's a noticer. Dipshit. Do you know it's also on the internet? Did you notice that it's on the internet? That would be the wrong pattern too. Did you notice that electricity is involved? That's the wrong pattern as well. You have hit upon the wrong pattern. That pattern won't do anything for you. That pattern doesn't benefit you. You can't do anything about that pattern. Why is that so hard for you to understand? It's hard for you to understand because you fucking dig ditches for a living, because you're too fucking stupid. So stop trying to tell somebody who's infinitely more intelligent and accomplished and has done infinitely more for our people what to do. And just shut your mouth and do what works. How about that? Unbelievable. Unbelievable, these people. That's the reason why that we are in this state. That we're in the state that we're in. It's that reason that this Mark guy over there on Odyssey. He said that you're afraid to call a spade a spade. I am courageous enough to name and identify what harms us. I am courageous and intelligent enough. You're too dumb. They also breathe air. Did you notice that pattern? They breathe air. They eat food. Did you notice that pattern? Unbelievable. You are a coward, a bitch, and a loser, and you're too fucking stupid to talk to. That's your problem. Why are you so stupid? Why are you such a coward? Why are you so low IQ'd? Why are you such a LARPer? You are a sexless furry. You're a no-name neckbeard who lives in a basement. You have no point. You see, you make no point. You can't stand up to my arguments. Ye's law, you ruin your life. You harm white well-being with all of your hatred of all Jewish people. That's the problem. So you do nothing but harm. Let's debate. Let's go ahead and let's debate. Go ahead. Give me your best take. Give me your best take. What a chump. These guys, I can wipe the floor. They could get out 100 of them to debate against me, 100 of them on one, and I would stomp the shit out of them. 100 to 1. I will destroy all of you. And if it's got to be this way, that I've got to go through in a sanguinary way, I've got to go through LARPing scum to get to the well-being of Western kind, I'll do it. There's nothing standing in my way. You think somebody's going to come in my way and they're going to stand up and they're going to be like, oh, no, you have to hate all Jewish people on the basis of their birth. You have to identify this incorrect pattern, or we're going to slander you. We're going to besmirch you. We're going to traduce you. We're going to calumniate you. You have to do it this way. I don't fear any of you guys. I never have. We're doing better. We're doing better since the big divorce, the big D. Make a point. You didn't make a point. So you're going to make a point? I'm going to go ahead and guess no. He can't make a point because he's up underneath of a donkey, milking the male donkey. Go ahead and make your point, troglodyte. You got no points. That's what I thought. Nothing to say. Fucking loser. I'm so fed up with these people. So fed up with them. These sexless furries. There he is. He's a sexless furry, folks. Mark over there. Me not shows up. reveals that he's a sexless furry. You know what'd be funny is when he shows up at his Nazi meeting, where the Jewish guy is who's in charge of this Nazi group. He shows up by accident in his furry outfit, and he's like, "Oh shit, is it Wednesday? Damn it! I knew I should have had a different uniform on." Runs back home really quickly. Okay, so this is his point. It's a well-known fact that jaywalkers own YouTube. Are you so stupid? I just made several arguments demonstrating how that is the wrong pattern, how, first of all, it's incorrect, how it harms us, and how actually to benefit us, you have to go another direction. And you just restate what you already said. God, you people, just get your book of crayons and go back to coloring furries. You're such a bitch. Oh, and then this loser's coming to me. And now he says, if they own your vernacular, they own you. They don't own our vernacular. They own your vernacular. You're the one who's playing their villain. You're the one who calls yourself a goyim. You're one of these LARPing homosexuals who are over there at these pool parties. And, oh, yeah. We know all about that. We know all about what was going on. Money getting stolen, everything else. Nothing. He's got nothing. Yeah, this is the kind of folks that show up to slander me different places. They don't want what's good for white people. They just want to hurt Jews. And so what he's doing here, he's like, oh, you gotta, how are you going to harm all the Jews, Jason, if you're talking about all this white well-being stuff and things being anti-white? Well, I don't want to harm the Jews. Well, oh, then you're obviously one of them. You're obviously working for them. No, actually you are, because the leader of your group is Jewish. Okay, and then he goes back to, why are you scared to say Jews? I'm saying Jews, dipshit. And you want to harm them. You want to harm all Jewish people. That's your objective. We have different objectives. Why do you come around white positive people? Why do you come around white positive people? We have different objectives. You want to harm Jewish people. We want to end the victimization of white people. We have different goals. So why do you come around here? Go away. What a fucking loser. Can you all see? I mean, I probably am tens of more IQ points without question. I was going to give an actual number, but it's tens and tens of more IQ points than this guy. And this is your typical, I'm going to get in the way. Just look, just get back to your LARPy porn. Get back to your, are you like one of the little foxes in your little furry movies? Is that what it is? When you get all, I bet you go to the brony conventions too, don't you? There's a whole special thing. There's a connection between Nazi LARPers and bronies. Did y'all know that? They like to keep that bit secret. But there's a connection. But does anybody know that? Does anybody want to speak up? There is a real connection between bronies, these adults who are having sex, same sex, different sex, but pretending to be animals, pretending to be horses. Of course, none of them are hung like a horse, more hung like hamsters. Hung like hamster in the house over there at the. So yeah, there's a connection there. And then he says, you made up another word, jaywalker. Jaywalker is funny because we say Jew. So you're just an idiot. You want to murder them, and we don't want to bring any harm to them. We want to end the victimization of white people. Who are you in My Little Pony? What's your My Little Pony name? What's your My Little Pony name? Shallow Socket? What's your My Little Pony name, buddy? Come on. What's your My Little Pony name? Buddy, you could write. You want to say Jew tube. It's funnier to say jaywalker, but if you want to say Jew tube, they just know your account. They know your account. You think you're hiding? They know your account. They know where you're tapping into the internet. So you go ahead and say that all day long. How you want to hurt those people. Idiots. Shallow socket here. My Little Pony. Somebody needs to get me a picture of shallow socket, My Little Pony. Brony. Nazi bronies. Oh my God. All right. We'll leave that alone. Let's have a look at, well, let me see what you all are saying. Making fun of this loser. Victorian time travelers here. Great to see you. Oh, good. Well, Kingdom of Armenia says Princess Neckbeard. Oh, that's awesome. You're Princess Neckbeard, bitch. You're Princess Neckbeard. That is hilarious. Brony Bologna. Ash, that's funny. Victorian Time Traveler says niece watches a pony show. It's creepy, he says. Yeah, the future military. Could you imagine these guys from the Brony and Furry convention? They're going to march, like 10 abreast down the street and take that's like always been the most pathetic sight ever is when the people who think they're going to be able to break away a part of the country or just take the whole country over, they go and they march or they stand on a street corner. And it is the sorriest sort of folks you've ever seen. World Conqueror says Nazi brony furries. Is not a conversation I thought I would have today. Where's Fornull? I know he has got something to say. Nazi LARPing furry bronies. All right, he says, you call me a bitch? He's got a slew of comments here, but he's complaining that one of his comments got deleted. A slew of comments, and he's like, but one of my comments is missing. Write it again, bitch. I don't care. What else do we have here? This is so funny. Caleb says, sick 'em, Jason. I can't stand them, man. I got to tell you, I cannot stand them. These absolute rejects. I had arguments with people like this, so many I can't even tell you. And I could be sitting in a room with these people and saying, look, we shouldn't be doing this. You care about white people, right? Yeah. Okay, well then don't focus all this hate here. Don't, and I'll make these cases, and I'm clearly making the winning case. But in almost every case, they were too dumb to get it. And in some cases, they were smart enough to get it, but they were too violent. And they were like wedded to all of their errors of the past. And they were like, no, it's got to be black and white. I go to get my black and white footage. I go to get my strength from the cemetery. All right. Heidi says, they keep coming back. They must like you. Well, they're jealous. They are totally jealous of me. And that's why they keep coming back. Because this is the thing, Heidi. Their actual goal is to harm non-white people. They are the villain in the anti-white narrative. They see the villain in the movies and they become that. They think that. But they use the excuse of helping white people to pursue that objective. Well, I become a big problem. Team white well-being becomes a big problem for them, because when we show up and we start actually doing good things for white people, that robs them of their excuse to want to harm non-white people. So it's a direct threat, because if their excuse, if that wasn't just a pretext, if it was what they really believed in, then they would have to drop that and start going free. Come to us, submit themselves to the Go Free method. So they have to attack. I mean, it's like their life. They have to keep coming back. They have to keep slandering. They got nothing. They got nothing. No. Mike Jones says, "No white guilt, you're a beast." I am a beast. I absolutely am a beast. I can't believe that it actually had to come to. I'm so. It's upsetting that there are white people out there that are so intent and so focused on harming another group of people that they enable the harming of the white race so that they can go harm non-white people. That's what they do. That's all it's about for them. Just attacking us. If they cared about white people, they would leave us. They would be happy with us. They might not like that we're not ant-nats, right? And this is how mostly the Scandinavian people who would probably take the title ant-nat, they see what we're doing and they're like, good. But for some reason, the rest of ant-nattery out there, they just want to harm non-white people so much that they're like, burn down that community that's doing so much good for the white race. Like, if this guy had any character or honor, he would have said, and he disagreed with me calling him brother and giving him advice on what to do instead, he would have said, oh, yeah, we're fundamentally going different directions. I appreciate you treating me good, and then leave. But that's not what it was about. It's just about hating Jewish people. That's all it's about. And we here in Service to White Wellbeing, we're not going to fall into this anti-white narrative where you either hate Jewish people and want to harm them, or you worship them, a la the conservative movement, the Republican Party. We're not doing either. So sorry about that, but not sorry about that.
2020 election, dozens of former intelligence officials, some very famous people with a lot of credibility, produced a letter claiming that Hunter Biden's recently discovered laptop was from Russia. It was likely Russian disinformation. That was a lie, and we've suspected it was a lie for more than 2 years now. Now we're learning that lie came directly from Joe Biden and Tony Blinken, now the Secretary of State. That lie was election interference. And yet there was not a single question about this story today at the White House briefing. We, by contrast, will have all the very latest on it in just a moment. But first, good evening and welcome to Tucker Carlson Tonight. For centuries, politicians in this country assumed that in order to win an election, you had to convince voters to vote for you. You had to make their case. That was called democracy.
Okay, so, and here he is on the democracy bent as well, pushing that garbage. The reason I wanted to show you this is because this is how the conservatives and Republicans are spinning what is, again, an attack on Western kind. The people who are going to be predominantly victimized by this, the largest number, are going to be white people. And then the beneficiaries are the collateral beneficiaries. It's going to be predominantly non-white people. Where are they going to be buying homes? Not in the ghetto. They're going to be buying homes in your neighborhood. The conservative movement leaders, content creators, Republican Party, once again, this is a perfect example. They want to deflect you from seeing that the attack is racial and to victimize Western kind, and want to make it now about something abstract, which is elections. So I'm just going to say very quickly, the Democrats have things, if you haven't noticed, they have things sewn up pretty damn well. Everywhere you look, election-wise, it's sewn up pretty damn well. What do the Democrats do? What do they have the power to do that Republicans are, for the vast majority of the country, even in red states, unable to stop them from doing gerrymandering. So they make districts that look like Rorschach tests so that Democrats can get elected in Republican states. It's happening everywhere. This is the path to victory for anti-white Democrats. They do not need to move non-white people into your neighborhood to have more Democrat votes. They've already sewn this up. The path is already clear. And the Republican Party, anti-white light, is just following them down the trail of anti-whiteism. They don't need to do this. They are doing this because the victimization is going to fall most heavily on Western kind, and the beneficiaries of this, collateral beneficiaries, is going to fall mostly on non-white people. And where will they be moving? To your neighborhood. And you will be subsidizing their houses.
But the defining strategic
In my
insight of the
opinion.
modern Democratic Party is they don't really need to convince anyone of anything. What matters is demographics. You need to import enough people from elsewhere, people who are financially dependent on you in order to live. That's the story of the state of California. That's why California changed. It's why Texas is changing. But it's also happening at the local level all over the country. Democrats have realized that they win the vote in virtually every major city. But the suburbs remain contested, and that matters because suburban voters elect school boards.
What did I just say about gerrymandering? He's lying to you. He is lying to you because he's anti-white. He told us he was anti-white in his Adam Carolla interview. He doesn't care if white people are being victimized. This decamillionaire told you, let all the non-whites have the blue-collar jobs. Who cares? And they laughed it up. This is what this guy said. He's anti-white as all hell. He doesn't care that it's about victimizing white people, but he gets paid by making it into a Republican Democrat thing. This is not what he just said. There was fundamental deception. Democrats have realized that they win in cities. This gives, but not in the suburbs. This gives you the impression that there are like these ordered blocks for congressional districts. And there simply aren't. They look like Rorschach tests to include as many areas as necessary for Democrats in an area to win by way of non-white, anti-white votes. And what's the argument they use there? It incorporates, as always, the anti-white moral imperative. That is to say that you can't possibly stop us from gerrymandering this district to include non-white people so that those non-white people can be represented by people like themselves. It would be immoral to force them to be represented by white people. And the Republicans, in every case, capitulate again and again and again. So he is lying. This little prick is lying to you. His 3 daughters or whatever, he's got tens and tens of millions of dollars. He can put them anywhere they need to be safe for the rest of their lives. And then he'll maybe have a fuzzy feeling about how his grandchildren do. But you and I, no, cast to the wolves by this guy. This is a fundamental lie by Fox News and Tucker Carlson.
And state legislators, and of course, members of Congress. So if you want total control over the entire country, you need demographic change everywhere, including in the suburbs. This is a very obvious insight, and Democrats have been on the case for quite a while. Back in 2009, the Obama administration took the county of Westchester in New York, a solidly Democratic place, to court. Why'd they do that? Well, the administration withheld tens of millions of dollars in federal funding unless Westchester pledged to build 10,000 low-income, high-density apartments in their suburbs.
Okay, so now you hear him. You remember this during Obama? This is still going on. Now he's trying to say, again, that moving all of these inner city people, which is a euphemism for non-white people, and almost invariably anti-white non-white people, to the suburbs, again, was about votes. It's obviously not about votes, because I just told you how easily they come by election victories. Not only that, but their window, the Overton window that they control inside their story, only makes for victories, both Democrat and Republican, that are anti-white. The only time we get something that pushes back at anti-whiteism at all was with, like, just in statement, not even in deed. And that was one of the reasons why Donald Trump is so adored, because in statement, he's like, I'll push back against this. And he's effectively saying anti-whiteism without saying it. So what were they doing when they were wanting to and building projects and things in neighborhoods that were white? Guess what else? You want to know how right Jason is yet again? You can just look to the statements of the actual anti-whites. There are anti-white organizations out there. And why would this little dickless prick here, this little Tucker prick, Kendall, why would he ignore the fact that there are Democrat organizations that have said, we have identified the whitest zip codes, and that those are the places that we're going to move non-white population? They're doing it with the federal government. They've talked about doing it. And please, all of these things I'm saying, make sure that they still hold true, or that I've interpreted them properly. Maybe I've interpreted incorrectly. Maybe these are just my opinions. There are NGOs that have funding and work agreements with the federal government, not just of the United States, other Western countries. They're doing the exact same things. You have countries, you have Western countries like Canada, for example. It's like total runaway, even more than the United States, total runaway in the direction of what would be considered, it's anti-white, but the left side of their spectrum, more anti-white than less, total runaway. And yet they're identifying the areas that are the whitest and for diversity. These same arguments, of course, diversity means fewer white people. They've been making these arguments all the way back to when I was in high school. I started hearing these arguments about, well, these areas are too, it's not fair because these non-white people live in this area, and then they begin with the intellectualizing, moralizing, sentimentalizing arguments, mispretexting about why they've got to move them from there to where we are. And it's all along, it doesn't stop. Here he is, misrepresenting. Listen again.
The Obama administration later implemented a rule requiring suburbs to take, quote, affirmative steps to diversify their neighborhoods, or else they would lose federal money. When he took office, Joe Biden threw his support behind something called the HOME Act. Among other things, the HOME Act would allow the federal government to withhold funds from local governments if they didn't find ways to add high-rise apartments or high-density zoning to suburbs.
So they are actually saying that this is to diversify, to cause there to be fewer white people. No white people, according to the anti-whites, there can't be anywhere that white people are not a minority of the population. That's what they're doing. This is about a victimization of Western kind. This is not about Democrats getting votes. Please notice how the Republicans and the conservative establishment misdirect you again and again and again, so that we end up in a place where we are victimized and we can't get up off the floor.
Specifically, the act would have prevented local governments from enacting, quote, ordinances that ban apartment buildings from certain residential areas or set a minimum lot size for a single-family home. So you can't be safe in a leafy suburb anymore. It has to be urbanized. The HOME Act has stalled in Congress. It has never become law. But the Biden administration didn't give up just because democracy didn't produce the results they wanted. They still plan to change the suburbs forever by getting rid of them. Joe Biden's HUD Secretary, Marcia Fudge, a former member of Congress, explained last year that the administration was concerned that African Americans cannot afford homes, not because they're poor, but because home appraisers are racist. Watch.
What the president has said is that we have to look at everything through a lens of equity. And so what we have realized is that people selling homes, just as the persons you were talking about, and even people buying homes.
What are the arguments that she's making? Tucker would have you believe that these arguments are fallacious arguments, that she doesn't actually believe these things, that they're just pretext to get to a Democrat victory. Does you really think that this radical anti-white, that's what she's going on about? Of course not. She wants to victimize Western kind. She looks out at the world and she keeps finding these areas where white people have moved and they keep building Western civilization. It's clean, it's orderly, it's law-abiding. You need to see very few police officers. Property values are good because of all of this. All of the systems of businesses function properly as a consequence of that Western civilization that white people project onto their environment. And she says she hates that. And she wants to deprive white people of that. You're not going to have. That's why she's doing this. It's not about votes. It's not about votes. And Tucker is more than smart enough to know that. But he's going to lie to you so that we can't defend ourselves. Why? Because it benefits him to lie to you. It benefits him. He keeps getting those multi-million-dollar checks from Fox News and the speaker arrangements and the book and deals and etc. He gets all of that as long as he doesn't in any way, shape, or form acknowledge that this is about victimizing the white race. Except every now and then he'll just sort of almost flippantly toss it out there because he's throwing a little bit of meat. It would be too obvious if he didn't. It would be way too obvious. This woman right here, I even watched this, and we'll just watch another couple of seconds of it, but she probably actually says white people. Let's watch.
If their appraisal is not correct, what we find, especially as Black people in communities of color and underserved communities, is we.
Okay, so she just said white people there because the opposite is people of color. So she just excluded the white race to identify them as the victimizer of people of color. Do you see how she just did that? You have to be smart enough to grab these anti-whites in the midst of the victimization.
We lose great wealth just through the appraisal process.
Notice here the seizing of the moral high ground. Big picture, if the Biden administration cared about African Americans, they probably wouldn't withdraw the police from America's cities. So, of course, they don't care. But in point of fact, former Congresswoman Marcia Fudge, in the clip you just saw, presented no evidence whatsoever.
And you notice that Tucker had no problem. Don't make the error of believing that Tucker, when he was talking about your safe suburbs, that he was talking about you, white person. He wasn't talking about you. He doesn't care about your safety. If he did, he would say white. If he did, he would be talking about how they are targeting white people because it's obvious. She didn't say targeting anybody else. It's just white people. He would say, well, why are you doing this to white people? Why do you want to go after neighborhoods where it's predominantly white people? Why do you want to do this to white people? But he did say, what about the safety and security of Black people? You see, this is just anti-white light. And this is why we're in the state that we're in. This is why we can't ever get up off the floor and defend ourselves. Because Big Con Inc. is anti-white light, and they support Fox News and the Republican Party, which is anti-white light. I mean, it's really hard to differentiate between a Tucker Carlson and Adam Carolla saying give all the blue-collar jobs to non-white people and yucking it up. And Bill Clinton and his cronies doing the same thing.
That there are white supremacist home appraisers in this country or that they are running amok. If they exist, who are they? Well, she couldn't tell us, but instead she offered this anecdote.
I live 2 doors from an all-white community.
Oh, she just said white.
I live in an all-Black community. My house is larger than the house 2 doors from me. My lot is larger than the house 2 doors from me. But my house is valued at $25,000 less than the house 2 doors from me. And so once we can start to address and just own up to the fact that we are continuing to discriminate and redline in our housing, that we can make sure that we can start to deal with the racial wealth.
Come on, she walked right out of that Star Wars bar. Then she just totally walked right out. She walked out arm in arm with that thing that had the face. It was like a neck that went like this and then went up like that. This is the T-Can. What was that? What was the Star Wars bar called? That's just where she came. Even look where she's dressed. First of all, redlining harms white people. Dumbass. Remember that. I made that argument months ago. Shared that with everybody. White people lose when they're forced to sell because they're terrorized with the notion that their property values are going to plummet. So white people are the first victims of redlining. It's not done for the benefit of white people, you liar. The other thing is she's attempting to claim that because her house is bigger and the lot is bigger, that her home should automatically be appraised at a higher rate. No, of course not. Every adult in the room knows this. That's not how it works. There are a lot of things that come into consideration when you are appraising the value of a property or home. No property appraiser, especially with all of the pressure of losing your license like this for not being anti-white is going to appraise her home on the basis of her race at a lower level. No, there are other variables that are causing her home to come in at a lower value. Maybe it's has to do with the proximity to X, Y, or Z. And maybe that is on a plat map of things that are to come to that neighborhood. Maybe there's going to be a highway run near there. Maybe there's going to be a trail that nobody's going to want to have behind their house that's going to be built there by the county next year, year after. Maybe it's because of the fixtures in her house. Maybe it's because her house is 50 years older than the other houses. Who knows? There's an infinite number of things. But she's anti-white, and she said that home appraisers are white supremacists. If Tucker cared about white people, he would be defending white people and saying, this is despicable. It's drawing the noose of suspicion around all white home appraisers because, of course, non-white home appraisers are going to be scot-free. They're not going to be said to be white supremacists. So the only people who are in danger of being persecuted, losing their jobs or losing their license as home appraisers are white home appraisers. And those are people that they feed their families this way. They get their medical this way. They pay their car payments and their home payments by being an appraiser. Is Tucker going to come out and defend white home appraisers? Or is he going to give us one of these flaccid generic defenses of a home appraiser? How are they? That's all we know about them is they're home appraisers. And how can they be white supremacists then? Some sort of generic thing. Let's see.
Yeah. So, as the left is often telling you, an anecdote is not a study. Noticing something around you doesn't make it universally true. You've proved nothing. You've merely told us a little story. Marcia Fudge's lived experience tells her that there is racism in home appraisals. But there's still no data on that. There's no evidence whatsoever. It is at this point completely made up. But Kamala Harris is convinced completely. Here she was last year.
The home appraisal workforce is one of the least diverse in our nation. Less than 5% of.
So is Tucker going to come to the defense of white people? Here she is, the federal government, Vice President of the United States, saying white people have to be fired from and discriminated against in licensure and education for home appraisal. Banks shouldn't be hiring appraisers that are white. This is the persecution of the white race, economic warfare on the white race. How much can you do in this world if you don't have those dollars to exchange for money? For food. If you don't have that money to exchange for food, how much can you do? If you don't have that money to exchange for a place to live, what can you do? This is economic warfare on working class whites. Is Tucker going to come to their aid? She just said it. She just said, we're waging war on white people. Is Tucker going to come to the aid of white people?
Home appraisers in America are people of color. This lack of diversity can introduce both conscious and unconscious biases that make home appraisals less accurate and less fair. Our administration will now require those who conduct appraisals for federal programs must take part in anti-bias, fair housing, and fair lending training.
There it is. That's the beginning of the persecution and economic warfare waged against another industry. Remember how many times, remember all the white-collar white people that looked away when it wasn't their industry that was being devastated by anti-whiteism, which of course they would call diversity? Remember they all looked away? Here is another entire industry where economic warfare is going to be waged against white people.
There are solutions.
There are solutions. Why? I wonder what they could be. If the problem is that there are too many white people, I wonder what the solution could be.
Solutions.
We're just going to brainwash the home appraisers. We're going to put them in bias training. Really, if you wanted more black home appraisers, why wouldn't you start a program to train them? No,
So instead of defending white people, instead of his thoughts immediately going to, what about all these white people? Why would you be persecuting white people, practicing economic warfare on white? These people work for a living. Why are you using the full might of the federal government of the United States to wage economic warfare on this particular white guy and that particular white guy because of the job they do? No, he says, you want more black ones, as though black is the only non-white. But he says, you want more black ones? Then train them. Well, even if they train them, dickless wonder, they're still going to have to not hire the white ones. Are you gonna somehow but Tucker's okay with that, because remember with Adam Carolla, he said, let all the non-whites have the blue collar jobs. Just let them have it. Yuck it up. We're at the bar, at the club. We're gonna go out and play some golf a little later, and then get on our jets and fly somewhere fun away from all of this, away from all the starving white people addicted to opioids. You see what I'm talking about?
The job training program this administration has gotten behind in 2.5 years is getting black people to sell more weed in the cities. Literally, we're legalizing weed, and we're going to make sure the weed dispensaries have African-American owners. They're not training.
Oh, God. But let's cry some more for black people. Let's just endlessly cry for, this is the whole concern. This is why I hated being on the Hill. I hated Republicans. I hate conservatives. You can have blatant victimization of white people, blood metaphorically everywhere of white people, and they will get down on their knees and pour livid tears out for non-whites.
Training any black people to be home appraisers.
It's so terrible on the black people that they're not being trained also to be to take these jobs away from white people.
The premise of this is itself unproven. That home appraisers are racist? Why do we think that? Again, there's zero evidence of that.
And did you just hear, this is that curse? And I keep wondering if it's intentional. I probably will till my dying day. He just said, why do we keep doing that? This is a tick in your brain. You have to extirpate it. You've got to rip it out. Rip that tick out. We are not doing any of this. Anti-whites are victimizing us.
It's a slur upon home appraisers, by the way.
It's a slur upon home appraisers, not upon white people. He did. I actually said, watch, he'll defend generic home appraisers, and he just did.
They deserve this abuse.
Why did just home appraisers? I mean, you probably got a non-white guy there that's just, he's wondering why he's being called a white supremacist. Tucker's laugh. You little pipsqueak.
Well, they don't. They're not hurting anyone. They're accountant types. Why is the administration calling them racist?
Stand up for the white people that are actually being demonized, you little God.
But they are, and they have been for more than a year. So
okay, I've had about enough of this. Let's see if y'all are saying anything. Heidi over on Entropy. We got Heidi's financial gift here, $5 financial gift. God bless you, Heidi and Raymond. And she writes here, haha, so are we still family friendly? Way to tell the LARPer where to go. We have no room for people who want to be consumed by anti-whiteism. Go free. Amen, sister. Amen. Go free indeed. Yeah. They have, as you can see, the folks that get in the way of us actually doing good things to protect white children, to protect white seniors, to protect white people, folks like the LARPer, they really set me off. They really, because white children are getting harmed because of it. White seniors all white people are getting harmed because of it. Where would we be today if that sort of asininity had not bullied its way bumptiously from year after year, decade after decade, telling people, you can't stand up for white people unless you're going to be a LARPer. And if you do, we're going to threaten you. We're going to slander you. We're going to tell everybody all these horrible things about you so nobody will listen. That's how they operate. That's how they operate. And you've seen it with the way they've treated me. You've seen it. So they make no case. That guy made no arguments. I can debate any of them, and they never will debate because they know they'll get the rug pulled out from underneath of them. They'll get humiliated. They'll be shown to be stupid, and maybe it might hurt their popularity some. Who knows? They probably would just come on and be like, I found a document that says that you're a full-blooded Jewish person, Jason. Oh, here. And it also says that you work for the government. And it also says, okay, go to hell. Yeah, people here, Team White Wellbeing, they care about positive outcomes for white people, putting it into our victimization. That's what they care about. They wish that I had been like a general. Everybody wishes that. All right, blank over there. Baron White is second. Heidi says, if people would just realize that TV and movies are not real, it's not real life. You have a way of holding people morally responsible for their choices. Amen. That is what I love about what you do. Talking about the Go Free method. Yep. We hold them responsible for their decisions. Thank you for that, sister. General Jason. Yes, indeed. Captain General Swashbuckler. Oh, she said, Heidi said, that laugh sounded more like a Wokey. Interesting, because maybe that's what Tucker really is. Maybe he's a Wokey. Or I guess it's probably Wookiee, as she's saying. Cool Papa J Magic says, thanks to Jason, I've stopped saying we when talking about what the anti-whites are doing. Yes, don't do it. Don't do it. It's one of the best things you can do for yourself. All right. Let's see. Does anybody disagree respectfully? Jimmy the Italian's here. Great to see you, brother. That was Tucker's laugh. I mean, to my ear, it's like, oh, oh. What a prick. What a little prick. You know who he was back in school, right? It was that boy that was shaped like a woman, like a pear. He was shaped like a middle-aged woman, and always had his head down. He was always like moping along. That's who that is. Now he's got tens of millions of dollars, and he doesn't give a shit what happens to your working class white ass. He doesn't give a shit because he's going to take his money, run off, be servile to the females in his household, which is what he told somebody on some interview recently. Sam says he's white and he will scrub toilets. This is the mean pathogen that whites won't do the jobs. Whites won't do the jobs. That is one of the most pernicious and persistent MPs about the immigration and border issue. I don't know if it's in the book yet, but it should be. Whew. Oh, I feel good. I feel real good. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to take, I think it's like 20 seconds. This is the teaser number 6. It might even be shorter than that. And then I think maybe we'll take calls. So it's a bumper. And, well, maybe I'll just look at this real quick. We'll take calls. So here we go.
Like a cleansing storm, the warriors you then roll. Dying whispers fill the air like somber streets of war. The Lord then brought his children into enchanted lands. With loving care he blessed and watched the
So swash. That's this coming Sunday. Keep your eyes open. That we have at 8 p.m. Eastern time. We're going to bring it up live here as he goes live on his channel. You will be invited to go over to his channel to watch it live there so that we can, or have both channels up at the same time so that we can kind of get some numbers there. And then you come right back here and we'll finish the gathering. Probably we'll try to see if we can have Luke Eminent Rain come over for a conversation after that. And it's going to be totally awesome. So that is song number 9, and the full album will be released at that time. Very excited about that. Looking forward to it. And there'll be tweets and gabs and messages about it over the course of this coming week. Also want to remind you, if you haven't, the link for Elijah Schaefer over at Odyssey, the interview I did with him is at the very top of the description. Please click that. Click a like. leave a comment maybe later or tomorrow if you're on Odyssey and you can do that. Follow me also on Truth Social. The link is in the description below near the top. Follow me if you're able on Locals. I don't know if it's set up for me to be followed yet, but if you can, follow me there. The description is below. I wanted to ask, is everything okay with Tony Vermont? Has anybody heard from Tony Vermont of whitepeoplepress.com? I've written him number of times, haven't heard anything back. Please, somebody find out what's going on with Tony and get back to me. Let me know. I'm worried. I'm worried about the guy. I haven't heard from him in a while. So let's keep our eyes out and peeled for Tony Vermont. And again, one more time, The Legend of Prometheus, this coming Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 Pacific. We will be live. We will play it live. And maybe you can have both screens open. We'll say more about it as we get closer. But I'm very personally excited about this. It's been roughly since 2018, I guess, I published Born Guilty. And of course, Born Guilty has sort of an abridged version without the art and everything of Prometheus Rising in it. And he began making the album. He's been making songs ever since, plugging away against life and getting in the way. And so we're really happy that this has come to fruition the way white men do things. It should happen. So God bless him. God bless y'all, all y'all. And please play it up in your communities, in your circles, to get as many people here as possible. We are going to go to the phone calls right now because we got a bunch of them. And we begin with Biospirit of the West. So let me just bring him in. And here goes the phone call. Biospirit of the West up on the call.
Hello.
Hello, good brother. How are you doing?
I'm doing quite well, thank you.
Oh my gosh, man. It's a great pleasure to have you on. First time. You're such an epic advocate for white well-being. First time having you on. What's on your mind, brother?
Yeah, thank you for giving me some time. I wanted to talk about the outreach team.
Cool.
We've been doing some evaluating because we revamped the outreach team in January. So it's
Nice.
been about 3.5 months. And now we have almost tripled the number of volunteers that we have in the team. And
Yes.
we are having so many successes
Yes.
that we're not going to be able to cover them all today.
Oh my God. Please, that is so fantastic to hear already. Go for it. Whatever you want to share.
Well, I thought I'd start with our women folk. And we have the one and only Shauna Shaw, who has started doing a weekly voice chat. And she starts it usually on Tuesdays, and people come in, and it sometimes lasts 10 hours. And I keep checking back, and people are in there, and they're still talking and getting along. And so I thank our dear Shauna for launching that and keeping that going.
Nice.
And then we've got some new blood coming in. Just an amazing young lady named Nocturnia. And
Nice.
I just came across her on Twitter and asked her if she would like to become a member of the outreach team. And she was thrilled to be invited. And her posts are outstanding. She has a remarkable grasp of the lexicon and the method. And all of that without having even read the book.
Wow.
just from the streams.
Wow. Impressive.
Yeah, wow. Very impressive. And so she is on our team now, and she's looking forward to joining a GFC club once Mr. V gets back from his vacation. And so that's going great. She joined the Prometheum also.
Nice.
And then we've also recently had Art is Life joined us. And she is someone that I have been courting to be on the outreach team for a number of months.
Nice.
Kind of back and forth and back and forth. And if anyone else knows her on Twitter, she is another dynamo for white well-being.
Yeah.
Someone else that I'd like to mention is Ardent White. She is one of our meme queens. She
cool name.
Creates just absolute killer memes. Wonderful, wonderful stuff that she is producing. Always active on Twitter. I wake up in the morning and she must be in a time zone that is ahead of me because she's been producing white well-being activism for hours before I even get up.
Nice.
And so those are a few choice mentions of our ladies. And I'd also like to point out a few of our really good men that we have. You're going to have one of our all-stars on after you're done talking to me, and that is our one and only White Baron, who descended out of the ether.
Cool.
He is bringing people in to the sphere like nobody's business. He's a remarkable young man. He's even brought in his father and his brother. So we're getting family circles coming in.
Nice.
And so I'll let him talk about himself rather than talking about him. And also I wanted to mention Ivan the Horrible, who has changed his name to Corporal Punishment.
Okay.
And he is someone who also just appeared out of nowhere a couple of months ago, has a remarkable grasp of the method and the lexicon, and is another meme lord extraordinaire. And he unfortunately is taking a week off because his mother has been diagnosed with cancer. So I would like to have everyone give him some Promethean healing energy. And we wish him well and hope that he will be back soon and that his mom is doing well. And I also wanted to mention Rudslav, another white well-being advocate that I came across on Twitter, who is just amazing posts. Just produces incredible tweets. And is there virtually every day.
Oh, great.
Right? So these people are producing so much quality and so much quantity. It is amazing. I cannot even keep up with the overwhelming production that these people are doing every single day. So that's it in a nutshell. I'm not going to talk your ear off about it, but I just wanted to say that and let people know if they are interested in being part of this amazing team that you can get a hold of us either through a direct message to me on Twitter, Biospirit of the West at Biospirit West, or you can email me at whitewellbeingoutreachteam at protonmail.com.
Perfect, brother. That is glorious. Thank you so much for calling in, and please call in more often. Well, I'll happily have you whenever you want to come on.
Fantastic. Thank you.
All right, brother. Promethean hails to you.
Promethean hails. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Folks, let's give it up for Biospirit of the West, please. All these people that he just celebrated, all their names, and get started celebrating for Biospirit of the West. Throw some crowns down on that man. He's actually, I hear all the time about how much work that he's doing for white well-being. Throw some crowns down, please. Throw them crowns down scatter some gems at his feet. 007s, 95s. 95s with those 007s for Biospirit of the West, and then for the rest of all these wonderful people. Shauna Shaw, Nocturnia, Artist Life, Arden White, White Baron, Ivan the Horrible, who is now Corporal Punishment and is a Rude Slav. All these folks, and any that didn't end up getting named for time purposes, time crunch here, please give it up for them. Let's see some fireworks going off. Let's see some white hearts. I love it. Thank you all for doing that. Everybody who participates in that, you are better than everyone else. Everybody who participates in the celebration, you are better than everyone else. I love you more. I love everybody, but I love you more. Let's get on over to Baron White. And then we have World Conqueror. And is Mr. V in town? Will he be able to call in? I will be, let me know, Mr. V, if you're in town or if somebody else knows, let me know. But right now we're going to Baron White, who we heard here is one of the epic new participants. I don't even think I just said his name. Did I? Did I miss it somehow in my notes? Oh, no, White Baron. All right, here we go.
Hello.
Brother, what's going on, man? Great to have you on for the first time. Thank you so much for your service to white well-being. What's on your mind, man?
Well, I've got a couple things. I'll share a quick white pill because it has been we have had some negativity, but what's a great thing is, so you know Crucible, right?
Yeah.
Well, I've actually got my younger sibling she's really into reading all fantasy books and all that. So I'm like, hey, I know a really good one.
Oh.
So I gave her Crucible and she loved it.
Oh,
She's
nice.
around your age in the book. And now she's like, because I'll ask her things about, oh, yeah, so what have you learned? She's like, oh, yeah, so like anti-white isn't this, anti-white isn't that, hatred here, hatred there. I'm like, oh, yeah, because going free is so easy to spread. I'll give you one other white pill, and I'll talk about the other thing I want to talk about. So I was in the car with my friend, and he was showing me a video of this non-white harassing and terrorizing this young white boy because he said the N-word on Instagram. And so he showed me the video, and he was full on like grabbing him by the throat, and then having the bloody camera to the white boy saying, say sorry for this, say sorry for that. And then I'm like, wow, that's so disgusting. That's disgustingly anti-white, how he terrorizes him because he said a word, a naughty word.
Right.
And he's like, oh, but he said racist. He's like, well, racist is just an anti-white slur. And what I noticed was my friend previously liked that video because like it was on Instagram, so he put a love heart.
Yeah.
He instantly removed it and said, wow, that is despicable.
That is fantastic. Oh my God, both of those. I love that your sister is loving Crucible, and that this guy, when confronted with the lexicon dialectics that we use with the Go Free method, immediately reversed his position. Australia is going to end up leading the way. I know it, but what else? Tell me what else is on your mind.
Okay. Well, so the main thing that I really wanted to talk about was this anti-white bill. It's a big thing in Australia right now. So the anti-whites, they're calling it voice to parliament, which is a complete MP because it's under the notion that, so over here we call them Aboriginals. I know you have criticism on it, and I totally agree with it, but we'll have to work on thinking of a new term for them because the problem is they've only ever been called that as far as I know because I'm quite young. I'm only 18, but I'll look into it more. But so it's under the notion that they don't have a voice already in Parliament, and all opposition, how they're wording like any opposition to it, they're saying say no to the voice, say no to the voice, which that's playing the villain. That's not working. So I've come up with an MC for it. It should be called Take Your Voice from Parliament because so for Noel, he helped me on come up with the MC for it.
Cool.
Is you cannot give a voice to a people who already have it. Therefore, it can only result in taking the voice away from Western kind.
Yes. Beautiful.
So,
beautiful.
Yeah. So I've had much success with that because I'll just say, like with my grandma, who's a complete vague too, I'm saying, yeah, it's horrible how these anti-whites are trying to push the take your voice from Parliament bill, and she instantly knows what I'm talking about. I don't have to go and explain anything because it's so similar, the verbiage. I just changed it just so slightly. But yeah. All right. So I'll quickly discuss. So these 11 points that I found were, so my dad actually forwarded them on to me because he's in this group, Facebook group chat, which has all these businesses and everything, and they decoded it from the bill itself. And Pauline Hanson, she's used bring up these points in Parliament. But so would you like me to read them out word by word as how they're listed, but it's inside the anti-white narrative, or me to use our lexicon to further translate it?
Well, I guess it might be easier and quicker to read it as they have it. And then, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, all right. Well, so for one, there'll be more job quotas, so more white erasure. So a minimum of 10% appointments to be First Nations people for juries, magistrates, CW, SES, ADF officers, AFP, and state forces. Just basically 10% job quotas must not be white people in those areas. Wow. Second, universities, no entry tests, no fees for First Nations people, which they already kind of have a similar bill like that, where if they don't meet the Pacific grade, they can just take a course that takes a week and then they get straight into it. But that's another one. 3, so old age pensioners, reduced age eligibility to First Nations people because they die younger. 4, public housing, so First Nations people have first preference to all vacant public housing across all states. So they get first preference. So we get last preference, Western kind. 5, sport and music. So entry fees reduced by 50% for First Nations people for any events on public land because they own it. 6, so beaches and national parks. So all beaches and national parks to be property of the relevant tribe.
Wow.
And non-First Nations people, so Westmen, white people, to be charged to use the beaches, parks, etc. Revenues to go to relevant tribe because they own it. 7, rivers and streams to become property of relevant tribe, and fees for water consumption paid to relative tribe. So taking money from Western kind and redistributing it to non-whites, which is at harm of us.
Yeah.
8, mining royalties, same as water. So we Western kind, well, white companies and all that, we pay money and it goes back. Well, it gets taken from us and given to them yet again. And then 9, that's the income tax I was talking about earlier. So income tax for First Nations people, it'll be 50% of the normal rate. 10, liquor licensing. So all new liquor licenses across Australia to be vetted by Voice. So now here's the thing. Here's the big killer. So Voice Office, so they're going to establish this new seat that, so research/policy staff to analyze and review all proposed government policies, legislation, and appointments, same size and paid as DPMS. But basically, that's the big killer because it's like any legislation that the government wishes to pass, it has to go through them. And then they get to decide whether it goes or it doesn't, whether it gets changed a bit or it doesn't. So basically, they get the last say in everything that gets passed in Australia.
My God.
Yeah.
I mean, that's like a king's veto.
Mm-hmm.
They get to decide everything, and you're absolutely right. The MC saying you're taking the voice away from white people. This is, what struck me immediately as you're talking about this, brother, is that, we were just looking at Tucker Carlson lie to us, misdirect us away from the fact that this is victimizing white people. It's targeting white people. And these media empires are global, even if they weren't global. Even if they weren't, if it was only national, because there are plenty that are, well, they're national, but they're owned by these big syndicates. but they're global. They know what's happening elsewhere around the world. If there were anything else happening around the world, if it, aside from anti-whiteism, that was happening the same from country to country, they would report on it, because that would be the strangest thing imaginable happening. Like saying like the Democrats are just doing this for their votes. But if it were for anything, if they made the claim about anything else, or there was an actual substance behind it, tied something between America and Australia and Italy together, for example, news media being incumbent upon them to bring that would also be big time news. It'd make a lot of money. They'd be able to charge a lot for commercials, because so many people would say, what do you mean this is happening the exact same in all of our different countries? Anti-whiteism is the same across the way.
Yes.
What it's doing to you all, what it's doing to here. All of these media empires, they should be endlessly talking about it, but they're not, because they're anti-white. That's another great thing we can bring up with our friends, families, strangers, is the fact that all of this giant attack on Western kind, the white race, is taking place in every Western country all at the same time, and it looks the same way everywhere. I mean, the kind of things you're talking about here, or they sound so similar to all the things that we're facing here. The same anti-white outcomes. What's interesting, and this is where media, if it were honest, they would be able to point this out, or they would be pointing this out. If they were independent, if they weren't anti-white, they would say the only thing that holds true from Australia to Italy to the United States to Sweden, etc., is the anti-white outcomes. They get to these anti-white outcomes by a number of different ways, because they have, very different or slightly different ways the government runs, and government personalities, and the way their bureaucracies are set up. But in every single case, they use the bureaucracies, the way the government's set up, the different personalities to arrive at anti-white outcomes. So that right there is a smoking gun, that there is this ideology, that it's intent on victimizing Western kind, and that it's present across the totality of the West. I think that might be newsworthy.
Damn right. I love it, because that's the beauty about the Go Free method. An MC here works works everywhere across Western civilization, because we're all being attacked by the same thing, anti-whiteism. And I can talk about the Go Free, like I openly talk about the Go Free method and white well-being to my friends and family and everything, because I've learned, like, it's a moral standpoint. Like, the only people who will object to it are evil, disgusting, despicable, anti-white people.
Yes.
Everyone else, they would not object to it. Never. And I've experienced that in my personal life. I've never ever experienced someone. Only the most despicable people to hold an objection to it. But the main thing that I take from this is, yes, there's this thing that will probably pass. I don't know, but it's the best. It's like the best opportunity for us in Australia and everywhere else too, to spread the lexicon, especially here in Australia, because it's so blunt. Like, I know some people, some cucks and all that, they'll probably go, oh, this is going to harm everyone who isn't Aboriginal. No, bitch. Bloody, there are anti-white policies that help out all those other groups.
Yeah.
This one, what is the policy that helps me? Western kind, the people who created Western civilization.
Yeah.
Squat. Zero. So I encourage, because here's another thing I would like to add to. All you Australia people, I know, I've seen a lot of you guys. I am doing a GF training session in the Promethean group chat this Wednesday at 10 a.m. So that's Sydney time for us. So come along. We're just going to hang out. We're just going to get to know each other, build the damn connections, because that's what it's all about. It's all about building this tribe, building a people where we help out each other. We scratch out each other's backs when we have problems and everything like that. We support each other. That's why I really love how we do the raucous emojis, because that's what it's all about, man. Building that people. And so join along, guys. And later in the future, I plan on creating a GFC for Aussies, for Australia.
Cool.
But just need to do a couple more things before that. But yeah.
Brother, we salute you, man. Please call in whenever you want. That was glorious news. God bless you, man. Promethean hails to you.
You're my role model. You're my role model, just by the way. You're my role model.
Well, I'm honored, man. I think you sound like you are going to be one of our great heroes. I'm very excited for you, brother.
You bet. All right.
All right, man. Have a good
Promethean
day.
hails.
Promethean hails to you.
All right. Ciao.
That was epic. Can you imagine? It goes to his grandmother. Everything that came out of his mouth was so white, positive, and glorious. We're beginning to world conqueror here. Going to give 10 minutes to. And then I don't see Mr. V. So I don't know if he's available. I don't have a message from Mr. V. But isn't that glorious? He even goes to his grandmother and he uses the lexicon and there's no slip. She's not like, what? I don't understand. She's able to instantly understand what he's saying and come down on the side of morality and ending our victimization. Here goes the call to world conqueror. And I think Mr. V is writing me now. Okay, cool.
Hello?
Hey, brother, what's going on? What's on your mind? Nice to have you.
I'm doing okay. I just wanted to say something about, so I don't know if you've heard of Parler. I just have a warning to you guys. So have you heard of Parler, the social media platform?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Well, as it turns, I would really caution people from using it for activism. And the reason is because Candace Owens' husband, right, is the owner of this platform. And that's not the reason. There's another reason connected to that I'm about to state, right?
Okay.
So Miss Candace Owens, 8, 7, maybe like 5 years ago, I don't remember how long ago, I have videos proving all of this. She created this website called Social Autopsy.
Oh, yeah. I remember that. Yeah, where she was capturing people's names. Yeah.
Right. And the idea of the website is you you add all people's information of what they've said that was bad, allegedly or not. And the problem with the website is that, there's no way to edit it and there's no way to comment on it. So you can't say, oh, this is fake or, oh, this is taken out of context, which I don't know if the website's still up. But the point I'm trying to get is it just seems a little bit odd. And
yeah,
when she tried to defend herself in a debate with this other influencer, this libertarian transgender person, Blair White, she actually, to be fair to Miss Owens, her defense wasn't too terrible. I mean, it looked pretty bad for her, but what she said was that, someone sent her death threats, right?
Mm-hmm.
And she wanted to figure out how to handle it without getting in trouble, but she didn't know if she was in danger, and their lives ended up getting ruined. And this actually did happen. So it wasn't like she was lying. But the issue was that, there's no way to stop people from ruining people's lives over what they put over this website. So it's is that really true? It's just odd that she would go through the effort of making this website and then not think all the way through about it, if you get what I'm saying.
No, I think this is a great point. Thank you very much for the warning. I'm going to have to let you go so I can get to Mr. V as well. But I really appreciate that. I think there's something there. So we definitely should be curious about Parler and whether or not it might be suspect, whether or not it might be capturing information, and really what's going on with her and anything that they're associated with, moving from that point when there was all of that questionable material and activities going on. So I appreciate it, brother.
Have a great day. Promethean hails.
Promethean hails to you. All right. We're going to jump on over really quickly so we can give some time to the great Mr. V, who might be on vacation, but he's never on vacation from White Well-Being.
Hello.
There he is. What's going on, brother? We're so glad you're here.
Thank you, brother. It's going well, and what a surprise. I haven't been listening to the show. I've only been listening since White Baron's call, and what a great surprise to hear him on a call with you. This guy is an absolute champion, man.
Oh, yeah, that's
wow.
great. He sounds fantastic.
Yeah, he's got the fire. I remember the first time Patrick and I talked to him, we were like, God damn, this kid. You know,
that's awesome.
Blown away. Yeah, it's the kind of guy that ignites you too. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, what a champion. High BPE. And perfect that he called in, because it ties in exactly with what I would like to discuss, brother, which is a slight issue that we have that we can solve, and that is how we approach vagues. That is, people that are totally new to white well-being. So what Barron's doing, if you're noticing, folks, is he is training and learning. He's learning before he teaches. So this whole time he's been under training. He's already disclosed that he's planning to start a GFC for Australia, but he's been in kind of training the whole time, training and interviewing people, training by going through the GF material, by interacting with folks, and he's doing really, really well. Notice how he interacts with people that are vagues or people that are new to Go Free. He does things very differently. He gets into the practice, he learns the basics, and he puts in the work that it takes. And therefore, he has a lot of success bringing people in. One thing that we've seen over time, and that's what we have to solve, is folks reaching out to vagues and kind of throwing the lexicon at them. It's not,
right.
It's not Harry Potter.
Right.
It doesn't work like that, right? You got to have the ability to persuade, be influential, and also read the target. If we think of this like sales, I think we'll succeed. If we think of it like sales, but we have to read the person. And you won't make this mistake if you're doing the practice and if you're learning the practice, right? Because then you understand that most vagues, they don't know what an MP is.
Right.
They don't know what white noir is. You got to understand, folks, they don't even know what race they are.
Yeah.
Right? They don't even know what race is. I've seen every single person, including people in this sphere, we're all infected with the skin color MP. Yeah. We're all infected with anti-white, anti-racial MPs. Yeah. So you got to keep that in mind. If I've caught people in this sphere having the skin color MP, and these are all folks that do the Go Free practice, how much more so can you bet that it's the same for vagues?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So it's Go Free, but you also got to understand race. Right? You got to think back to what it was like when you were totally deracinated. They don't get race. You got to explain it to them. You got to really break everything up and make it digestible for them. So don't cast a lexicon at them. Know how to talk to them. Know how to be persuasive. Understand you don't know what they're at, where they're at. Right? We can't talk to vagues as if they are ethnocentric. They are not ethnocentric. They're not positively ethnocentric. They don't have a group identity. We can't talk to them like that. Right. So you got to learn how to lead them bit by bit, and you will learn that if you do the practice. So I would encourage people to learn the basics of race, get educated. Don't stop reading. Don't stop learning, right? It's unbelievable that in the the whole white sympathetic sphere that's all about race, you catch so many people that have no idea what race even is.
Yeah.
Right? It's very, very unfortunate. We can't afford those mistakes, folks.
Right.
We got to be really good representatives of the practice. So that would be number one, is before you teach and before you go out to vagues, you got to learn. And you got to read the whole book, the whole trilogy, right? Do the practice with other people. Get involved in a project. It can be your own project. But go through those phases, all the way from talking to people online, to talking to people in chats, to talking to people in person. Do that whole thing, and then you'll have the same success that White Baron has. And same with Word Conqueror, because I'm seeing Word do the same thing.
Nice.
And these are both young guys.
That's awesome.
And then you also have people that have been around for years and they haven't even read the whole book.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
And that's a problem.
That's a problem.
That's what. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
No, I just was saying, echoing you. That is a problem.
Exactly, and that's why, folks, if that's you, please get to that as soon as possible, because we're counting on you to help us out, right? It really starts with you and you doing the practice in your own life and taking it to your family and friends. Mm-hmm. But you really have to understand it. There's so much to the practice, and once you've reached a certain level of mastery, you can kind of tell who gets it and who doesn't. And you'll also look back at yourself and you'll be like, wow, a couple of years ago, I really didn't get it. A couple of years ago, I will be very frank, I don't think I got it at all. I don't think I understood it, not like I do now. And it'll be a good sign if I'm saying the same thing next year.
Yes, exactly.
You know, it'll be a very good sign. But it works. You just see so many positives, so many people's lives changing. Another thing, take the Go Free vocabulary test, folks. People have been taking it, so you're not the only one. You can score, if you can score 25 out of 25, that's pretty good. If you don't score 25 out of 25, take it again. So people were doing it. Franklin got 25 out of 25.
Nice.
I expected no less from Franklin, no less.
I know, he's epic.
Yeah, I expect absolutely no less from him. Lots of other folks took it. RC took it, Anders took it, I took it, Patrick took it. Lots of people are taking it. So
Cool.
In the Promethean chat as well. So everyone go to westernkindgames.com and take the Go Free vocabulary test. Next week, there's the Legend of Prometheus album release. And I'll leave it there, brother. Thank you for everything.
Oh, my God. Thank you for everything. That's the great Mr. V. Promethean Hails, brother. Thank you for coming on.
Promethean Hails, brother. Take care.
Bye-bye. That was a lot of fun having that many calls. And if enough people, you know, we get started and we're rolling in the stream and there are enough people who are interested in being a call later in the stream, then I'll set aside more time. I like hearing from the community and hearing about who's kicking ass and what their experiences are and how they're applying the lexicon, the dialectics, and especially, I guess, just on like that micro scale of the macro work that we're doing, like what's happening in Kansas, what's happening in Australia, what's that like when it hits, whether it's your grandmother or it's your girlfriend or it's your son or whatever. These sorts of things are very important because that enables us to develop. One of the things that, even though I have this giant head start on folks with going free, one of the things that inhibited and continues to inhibit my growth and curing me of my MPs is that we are surrounded by this anti-white poison. So it's like you're working up your energy, your white magic, but every time you go out into the world, you're being hit again by this person, hit again by that person with the same old MPs. And it's like it's like in quicksand. It's like being in quicksand. It's like trying to pull you back down. The more we create these thought spaces for us so that we can talk to each other, we can have the Going Free on Sundays and other roll-ins and Dragons and Adventures. We're having conversations there, which should be in the lexical dialectical power of Going Free. Discordant Dragons should be in the lexical dialectical power. It's happening. Folks are in there talking about things from the perspective or through the lens, I should say, of white well-being against anti-whiteism, the great evil, the great dark sorcery of this age. When that happens more and more, we create these micro environments. And it's kind of like with plants, as we're running out of time here, it's kind of like with plants, where you set up environments where they can thrive, they will thrive. They will do what genetically they were meant to do. The same thing holds true for us. The more we set up in these environments where it's our story and we're living in it as the heroes, and more people that I interact with are also in our story. And the same holds true for you. More and more people that you interact with are also, and to varying degrees, more so in this person, a little less so in another. But in various degrees, it's getting stronger and stronger in all of us. When that happens, that speeds our growth. That speeds the power that we take to ourselves. That increases our PTP as we're running out of time here today. And so that's something we can really take heart in, because we don't want to ever be stuck in that permanent now in prognosticating and planning about where we go tomorrow. We have to understand that our dynamism can create an environment that can multiply our speed, opportunities, ability to overcome challenges and take advantage of opportunities beyond what we could have imagined just a year or 2 years or 5 years ago. So take heart in that. So many positive things you just heard. Get excited, get powerful, bring that white light and power and energy down into your heart, folks, and let's do it. I love you all. Let's go free.